goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
We get a lot of weirdos sometimes that call. Lummy, please don't let the.
Is that Charlie guy still calling?
He was on it yesterday and today, so he's already been on it.
We'll allow Charlie one call a day. We'll allow it. I can shut it right on down. We'll eventually break Charlie down, where Charlie will be cool.
Maybe we can just find him another show to harass over time.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome. Bright and early. Get your ass out of bed, my friends. It is the Bubba the Love Sponge show, live from Tampa, Florida. Heard across, all types of just type in at the Bubba Army, no matter where you're at, whether it's X, whether it's Facebook, whether it's YouTube, whether it's, our newest favorite, Lummy, Rumble.
Yes.
Whether it's BubbaArmyHQ.com, it doesn't matter. Just type in at the Bubba Army, and that'll be us. I am Bubba the Love Sponge. How are you? Do not Google me. They got it all wrong. I think Google, I don't know. I think companies can pay to have Google placement, but Lummy, if you do Google me, Lummy, why don't you try? I know that you have Bing.
I'll Google it.
Just Google me, type in Bubba the Love Sponge, and see how bad it really is. Maybe the algorithm has got it so that it's maybe our wiki pulls up and that's not.
Wiki pulls up
First thing. All right, now
hit a picture of you in your silver suit.
Oh, that's the worst picture ever. That makes me look like a fat astronaut. So anyway, welcome. It's me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
And you've never been to space?
No. Well, I go to space every night before I go to bed. then somehow try to Major Tom myself back to Earth and get behind this microphone Monday through Friday. So I will tell you this, man. Let me introduce the rest of the people. And below me is a guy named Brian Matroni. He is he's not here every day. He's only here on Thursdays. But he's a prick. He's a little liberal prick is what he is. So, I mean, wouldn't you agree? Like, yes, he's just a little prick.
No, he's a MAGA Matroni.
He's not for the unintelligent.
Well, he's just not for anybody, really.
I have
Pickleville, $20.
I have a very punchable face.
You know who he's for? He's for himself. That's it.
I'm for the people.
Yeah, right.
They call me Morgan Matroni.
Morgan Matroni, for the people?
Yes.
All right, so he's a lawyer, and he's really smart. He's fast on burying and saying bad things about me. It's an interesting dichotomy. And it works, and a lot of people support him financially. When he comes on the show, there's various ways to support the show. Our show is like anything else that you'll see in the fact that it's listener supported. That's how we digitally and listener supported is how we pay the bills.
That's right. PayPal,
Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Contributions of $10 or more will get you a shout out. And then you can always go to BubbaArmyTips.com and go crazy over there. So there's Brian. And then up on the upper right corner is Lummy. He's the one with the Bubba Army shirt on. We have our own merchandising wing as well. It's called Bubba Army Shop or Bubba Army Store or BubbaArmyMerch.com. We do really well there. And then below me, we have Seth Kushner. And Kush is probably the number 2 co-host here. Probably the number 2.
Depends what day.
Well, you're the number 2 co-host with regards to experience in radio or content. Now, whether your head's in the game is yet to be determined on what day it is. And how many, if you may...
No, that has to determine what the guest host has to get off his chest that day.
No. What do you mean?
How are you going to say if my head's in the game, man? I'm here every day.
No, I know you're here every day, but you have good days and bad days. And I don't think it has anything to do with me. I usually play you right down the middle. I play you right down the middle, kid.
All right.
It's usually to determine with a bunch of different things. One, if you had a good card break last night. Two, if the White Sox won. Three, if your lovely wife Phoebe was able to break off a little quick oral. Oh. And then four, how if your daughter had a good day or not.
Yes, sir.
I would say, wouldn't you? I mean,
yeah.
I would say that those are intangibles as to your mood set.
If you go to a baseball game with Brian Matroni and watch him.
Yeah. By the way, Brian was like, Brian. So Seth said,
Shadow Panda, $10.
Thank you. We have a big ass train horn in our studio too that we can use as for celebratory type reasons. Mm-hmm. Brian, Seth did say, I thought we were a little bit more VIP than it was. I thought it was a little bit more of a VIP because we're spoiled when we go to the stadium that the Rays are temporarily using this year to play their games because the roof got blown off of their existing facility, and we're in a big hood. By the way, we live in Tampa, Florida, and our professional baseball team are the Rays, so we tend to pull for them, and so. The two big hurricanes came through Florida last year in Tropicana Field, which is located in St. Petersburg, Florida, and is literally the armpit of Major League Baseball stadiums. I don't know why, even if the Trop did have its roof on and they were playing there, isn't it pretty much noted as kind of the armpit? Now that Oakland's out of Oakland and that monstrosity that fit 72,000 people because that's where the Raiders used to play. We have probably the worst stadium, and I don't understand why everybody, when the Trop is available to play in, everybody's still, Brian, for the most part, don't they say Trop sucks?
Yeah,
Trop sucks.
A couple things.
And I don't get it because I've been to lots of games there, and other than the lack of attendance, I think the facility's not that bad.
Hierarchy, $100.
Well, that's the thank you, Harvey.
Hall of Famer, by the way.
That's the thing about the Trop is when it's full, the energy in there is pretty electric. But when it's empty, man, it feels like a morgue.
Yeah, usually
it's
they'll
bad.
do on a Tuesday they'll do
6,000.
I was gonna say 8,100.
They'll announce 8,100, but there's maybe 4,000 or 5,000 people actually there.
Right.
And
so
then it is bad. And it was really bad before they redid it. You couldn't walk all the way around the stadium.
No.
You had to circle back and walk all the way around. There was no continuous walkway. The sight lines, from the outfield weren't good. They did a lot of things to improve the experience. I think the complete and total lack of natural sunlight makes it have kind of a warehouse feel to it.
Yeah.
But overall,
I'm used to that. I'm big. By the way, I'm big on warehouse feel. Just to let you know.
Well, there's 0 windows on this building.
Right. Exactly.
I think there's one on the front.
All the windows have been covered up here in the studio and everywhere else. But so, make a long story short. The roof got blown off. There's a big whodunit who's going to pay for it. There's also a big, if you know anything about Major League Baseball, there's also a big whodunit with the penny pension. Stu is it Stu Sternberg? Something like that. Stu Sternberg owns the team, and he's just absolutely impossible. And they've come back with the first thing they need to do is they need to completely forget about putting it in St. Pete.
Move on.
Stop. You're not going to be. Brian's not going to the game. People that live in Wesley Chapel aren't going to the game.
Nope.
People that live in downtown Tampa at the Towers aren't going to the game. All these places around this particular area have built up, including downtown St. Pete.
Well, Tampa, they're selling. They're packing in 8,000 a night there and saying that they're selling out 10,500. So
the Rays always got a plus 2,000 buffer.
I don't really know who's clamoring for a stadium in Tampa right now.
So here's the deal.
I know who's not going to any more games with me. He's pissing and moaning about the quality of the tickets.
Seth was like, first of all, so we've been spoiled because normally this stadium, George Steinbrenner Stadium, is the home of the single-A Yankees.
The Tampa Tarpons.
And it's called the Tampa Tarpons. And we work closely, my show works closely with them so that we have 2 or 3 events there each year. And man, they roll it out for us. We have our own bar. We have we have a section that we can go sit in, or we can go stand in this bar area and grease, and which is right above the bullpen pitchers of the opposing team. And we can it's really pretty cool. And so we've done 3 or 4 of those, and we get right up front parking, from here to the street. Lummy, right?
Yes.
Lummy, they let me take my smart car and park it right by the stairs where people walk up.
Yeah, right on the sidewalk.
It's carte blanche.
Yeah.
Because it fits 10,000. There's going to be 1,500 to the game. And they let us have, we do Bubba night, and we're so spoiled with getting such great treatment at this particular stadium. Well, the Rays lose their stadium for this year because the roof blows off. They cut a deal with the Tampa Tarpons. They're now using this single A. Although it's the nicest. It's probably one of the nicest minor league ballparks in the entire roster of minor league ballparks.
It was chosen by the Rays because the amenities were close enough to major league quality that they didn't have to make a lot of changes other than to the visitors clubhouse.
And so here's the deal: if they're good enough for almost good enough, if the infrastructure is almost good enough for Major League Baseball, well, then it's certainly good enough for minor league baseball.
Oh, yeah.
So Seth was like, man, we had to park over by Ray J and walk across the bridge, and then we weren't in the lower bowl, we were in the upper bowl. So I'm just saying, Brian, Seth was kind of taking a poo-poo on your tickets.
Well, I was going with how Brian was trying to get doing chants and talking about ice cream and telling people the dots were just invented.
Yeah, Seth was like,
things.
man, Brian's a real talker. He'll be in line and he'll strike up a conversation and tell the guy how he has the wrong dots on his ice cream and how he has this. He needs to mix this seltzer with this particular deal. You're like a real,
I'm a people person. I'm not afraid to have a conversation with a stranger.
So, anyway, did you go to the game last night?
No.
Who used your tickets?
I don't have. I only have a quarter season.
I know, but
one of the other bros. It was, I think, Tom's night, but he probably didn't go. He doesn't go to half of them.
I don't think Tom went.
Yeah, it was his night.
Now, Brian, Seth, let me ask you a question. What if the 4 people that own those seats all didn't want to go? And they would you take them and take Sammy?
Probably not probably not during the week.
How about if the White Sox were in town?
Definitely not.
What do you mean?
They suck. They're horrible to watch.
You're watching 2 suck teams, right?
To be honest with you, I don't really enjoy baseball that much anymore.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Oh, I enjoy it more now with the pitch clock and some of the changes they've made. I enjoy baseball more now. I just don't enjoy watching my team that I'm pulling for get their ass kicked.
Well, I think that's what's saying about the White Sox.
It's tough. It's tough to go to any type of game where your team gets shut out. If you go to a football game and your team gets shut out 17-0, that sucks. If you go to a Lightning game and they get beat 5-0, that sucks. Well, the Rays, in baseball terms, last night got beat 7-0. How bad is that?
They have no offense, man. They cannot score. They cannot hit. They're in trouble too because this park, the ball carries, and so. They're built on pitching and defense, and when you're giving up 2 or 3 home runs a game, that's taking that away, and that wasn't happening in the Trop. The ball didn't carry as well in the Trop, but man, it goes out. Seemingly things that would be maybe warning track balls are clearing the fence by 3 rows.
All right. So anyway, moving right along. This is never what happened to us yesterday, and what is happening to us today. In all my years of being in just producing content, radio mostly, and now of course we've been digital. We're not all digital. We're digital and radio since 2017. But we've never been contacted by the NFL. Well, we've been contacted by TMZ, I think, to use a piece of our content.
A couple times,
but never by the NFL. And the NFL actually reached out to us yesterday and asked for permission to play this clip. And Brian, boy, have we, I mean, like, let me, just on YouTube, I think it's got nearly 500,000 views.
Yes.
And then I don't know how many views. It'd be interesting to see. Maybe Gary Cantrell can give me the information, but like how many views across all platforms has this particular clip got? And let me explain this. 2 years no, I guess we just put it up 2 years ago, but 5 years ago, right during COVID, May, June of 2020, my good friend, he's a good friend of mine. If you're watching the show for the first time, maybe one of these in the next couple weeks, I'll have him on the air. But Deion Sanders, I've been really, really good friends with him since 1994. I mean, I'm talking really good friends.
Wow.
I've been to his house. I got stuck at. Well, I actually got. I was at that time a lot fatter, and I got stuck in his bathtub. That's a whole other story in itself. I'm not going to get into it. But Tom Brady had just signed with the Buccaneers, and if you remember, guys, during COVID, I don't think they were even allowing guys to come to the. I think they were closing down all NFL practice facilities. Like you couldn't even come in early on during COVID. I don't think they were even allowing you to go use the weight room or anything. I think they had everything shut down.
They did.
So Tom Brady reached out to Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur at this time was just graduating high school and had committed to the Florida Atlantic
Owls, yeah, FAU,
coached by Willie Taggart. He'd already committed to being, what is that, Division I AA?
Yes, it's Division I.
So Tom needs to work out. He just got to Tampa, and so he gets a hold of Shedeur. Shedeur at this point is a high school freshman, and he says, "Hey, why don't you and your dad fly to Tampa, and I'll get a football field because I mean you're Tom Brady. You can call you can get a football field anywhere you want." And I think this is where his son Jack is. This Tampa Berkeley?
Yeah, it's Berkeley Prep. Yeah,
yeah, Berkeley Prep. Brian, what's Berkeley Prep cost a year to send a kid?
50 grand.
50,
40, 50.
Just hold on, just to send him to 12th grade.
Well, elementary school. Because we look at elementary school, I think it's 25 now.
Hold on,
It goes
for
25 to 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it starts at.
$25,000 because all kindergarten does is just watch the kid.
$35,510. But that's just the tuition. They've got the uniforms, books, supplies, lunches, and laptops, transportation, special events fees, and other costs that are built into that too. So it's probably all in. You're probably looking at $40,000 to $45,000 a year.
All right. So anyway, this is where Brady was sending his kids. He called them up, said, "Hey, can I borrow your football field?" Deion calls me, and let me. I was in the middle of this on this particular day of me, you, and Colton had rented a Penske truck to move me out of my I had this place for 1 year. I lived in Odessa and I was moving to my apartment, and it was a 3-man job, and I abandoned you and Colton and made. I wonder if you guys still hold that against me.
Well, no, we found out why you left because you kind of said that you had to go meet somebody and didn't tell us what was going on until then you explained it to us and we said, "Wow, that is."
I mean, Brian, let me ask
amazing.
you a question. I'm supposed to be helping my two buddies move myself, but I get a call for Deion to be invited to come watch Tom Brady instruct his son Shedeur. And there's only going to be 5 people there. Tom Brady, Shedeur, Deion, Alex, which is Tom Brady's trainer, and then Deion's content photographer, and me. So, do you tell Deion, you know what, buddy? I'm in the process of moving my apartment and my house. I just can't make it. Or do you, as the boss, ask your 2 employees, can you guys handle this? I got an opportunity of a lifetime.
Well, how long were you gone at the Deion thing?
Probably 4 hours.
And did you come back and immediately start helping move?
No, they were done.
That's when Bubba. Well, he's still. I mean, he had the rich people furniture too. So it was
heavy stuff,
the heavy stuff,
real wood.
Yeah.
So anyway, make a long story thing. Let me just due to the
That's
fact,
kind of crappy of you to make them still move. I would say let's reschedule it for tomorrow.
I think I gave them money.
Yeah, and Chick-fil-A.
I had the truck. I had the truck, Brian. I already paid for the truck. So anyway, listen, I'm not going to sit here and make myself look worse because I obviously made the right decision.
100%.
Because I mean, look at the traction and behind the scenes footage I got. So we posted this, and this is the video that we put up. So I'm right there.
So I want him.
So this is Shador as a high school senior being instructed and giving tips by Tom Brady. And that's him throwing to his dad, Dion.
Good. You guys coach each other up. Good.
Oh, nice.
And you'll see Tom Brady here in a minute. There's Tom Brady. All right, so it goes on. It goes on to show Tom Brady. Now, this is the best thing. Tom Brady throwing like a 50-yard coffin corner to Deion Sanders is pretty special. I mean, goat to goat. Look at this. 50-yard coffin corner. Bam. So let me
back in that same position you started. Good. If I'm going to step to throw left, and I'm here, right? The only thing I'm going to do is look at my head.
And think about, Brian, just how unique and rare, how many high school seniors this is like winning Powerball with regards to if you're a high school senior or even just a quarterback in listen, if you're a quarterback in any capacity outside of the NFL and maybe even within the NFL, to have a one-on-one training with Tom Brady.
Well, I would say Shador Sanders won the birth lottery.
Yeah, no, he did, but I'm just saying, like,
I don't think this was his peak moment, but this is pretty cool.
What I'm saying is, like, as a quarterback, there's probably not a lot of quarterbacks, even in the league, that wouldn't love to have a 2-hour, just one-on-one training session with Tom Brady. Right?
Right.
I mean,
body, everything is going to be. How do those look to the two of you? Okay.
So anyway, Lummy, we put this up, years ago.
Yes.
And we've gotten a ton of traction on it. X, Facebook. We probably, Lummy, we probably need to put it up on Rumble. Let's put it up as a standalone on Rumble.
Okay.
Because it's not been on Rumble. So for all you Rumble people that want to watch the Tom Brady give Shador Sanders personal one-on-one coaching, it'll be up on Rumble later today. So we've had it up on various places. Yesterday, now I don't know if it's because of this article, Tom Brady reveals what he texted Shador Sanders amidst his epic fall in the NFL draft. And I don't know if this is the news story as to why everybody is interested now in this particular video that we shot 5 years ago.
Are you going to parlay it into a Roger Goodell interview? Say, NFL, you can use it, but I want an hour with Goodell.
No.
No?
So,
you don't think they're that desperate?
So we got the NFL got.
Do they know you have 400,000 views?
The NFL got a hold of us yesterday and asked permission to use that footage. And we as long as they watermark it and give credit to where it came from, and we're like, yeah. And then TMZ, Lummy, they got a hold of us, asked for permission to use that footage, and we're like, same thing. As long as you give us credit and watermark it. And then, Lummy, I'm not gonna say what I said to TMZ, but I threw another little request in there. Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what I said. I got a little something coming up here relatively soon. Can I get some ink? Will you try your best to give me some ink on that? And they're like, yeah, we'll get you done. So anyway, that was kind of I mean, in all the year, we've been contacted by TMZ, probably a half a dozen times on various things that we've put up on our various platforms. And again, if you're watching us for the first time on Rumble, pretty much everywhere you go, it's at the Bubba Army. So whether you're on X, whether you're on Facebook, whether you're on YouTube, pretty much our whole world lives at the Bubba Army. But we've never been contacted by, would you not say arguably the largest U.S. sanctioning sports body? By far?
By financial, sure.
Yeah,
sure. And by viewership.
By far.
Yeah.
What would be a close second? Maybe the NBA?
No. Nobody's a close second. There is no close second. If you look at the college football occasionally, but if you look at the most watched sporting events or most watched TV events in America, the top 50, usually 45 of them are NFL games.
Really?
Each year.
So anyway, I guess I'm looking over at Rumble, and they're saying that I guess maybe the NFL's doing a documentary or something. Probably maybe a Shedeur Sanders, fell documentary. I don't know, and maybe they needed this. But we gladfully, I don't know if it's a word or not, but we said, yeah, you use it all you want. So I saw this last night right before I passed out. And I'm like, wow, Byron Scott, the ex-Laker, who played for the Lakers. He played for the Lakers, won 3 championships, then went on to play for Indiana for like a year, then I think maybe Toronto for a year, and then came back to the Los Angeles Lakers in like 96, 97. That's when what he just is being charged with or being accused of doing, that 96, 97 is last year in the league when he played with the Lakers. He supposedly did what they're saying here, and so I was reading the report, and like, you never admit that you did this kind of thing, especially in 1997 when there weren't iPhones that could there just wasn't they didn't have the same technology back in 97 that I think that they have today.
87, 40 years ago.
I'm sorry, 80. I'm so sorry. You're right, 87. I don't even know that they had texting in 87.
No.
And so, anyway, here is the one thing. Byron Scott admitted it. So there's this girl, Byron Scott, ex-Laker, goes to this, I think it was called Campbell High School, and they shoot like some kind of I don't know if it was for the kids or it was a pep rally or what it was, but he had sex with a girl that goes to school there in a janitorial closet while the team was there. And rather than to deny it, they said, man, that bitch is crazy. There's no way, right? He admitted it. And his defense is he thought she was 18 when indeed she was 15. So like, man, when you admit it, when you say, yeah, and by the way, she's suing. She's suing now because I think California in 2022 opened up this law. I'm assuming it's still around, she filed this in 2022 and it's been going through the court system, Brian, with Byron Scott's name not attached to it, him listed as like, Jim Doe. And finally, a judge yesterday or a couple days ago ruled that his identity must be revealed. And so that's why everybody's going crazy. But it seems to have gotten buried. But, couldn't you do time for this?
Not if the statute of limitations is run, which it most likely has, given that she was 15.
But as a statute of limitations, I thought that almost all states had put rules on the books that sexual assault of underage kids, there is no statute of limitations.
I don't know what those rules are. It would just depend on the individual state and the rules. But there could be a statute of limitations issues. But I know they put in that you can sue civilly.
Lakers star Byron Scott.
Listen to this.
is being accused of sexually assaulting a teenager back in 1987. That lawsuit was first filed in 2022, but didn't name Scott. In a new amended version, Scott is accused of assaulting that teenager during the filming of an instructional video at Campbell Hall High School in Studio City. The lawsuit says Scott was 26 years old at the time. The alleged victim was 15. The suit says the alleged assault...
And in a janitorial closet. He's 26. She's 15. They're at her high school in a janitorial closet, and he's blasting her.
It happened in a locked janitor's closet there in the school's gym.
We reached out to Scott's legal team, who sent us this statement. It reads,
by the way, Byron Scott then went on to have a pretty... I think he coached Kobe. I think he coached the Lakers. I think he coached in the league like well over a decade. Went on to be, coach. And by the way, right now I think he's coaching a team in the Philippines, and he might want to stay there. I don't know if they have extra. If this is criminal or civil. Is this all civil, Brian?
Right now, it looks like it's civil.
It's civil.
Right.
It's only for $25,000.
Well, no.
That's the statutory minimum.
That's the threshold.
Yeah,
here we go.
He's quote, our client is...
So here we go. Brian, this is what Linda Brewmeister of Barber and Brewmeister says. Our client is devastated by this complaint. A basketball event took place in 87. Our client believed the plaintiff to be over 18 and had no idea she would claim otherwise until 35 years later. I would say our client has no idea what you're talking about. You need to show us, surveillance footage.
She's got Polaroids.
DNA. Did she go get a rape kit? Did she tell anybody? 813-90 Bubba Lummy. Our phone lines are full packed right now. Full packed.
Like they didn't even have sex.
They didn't have.
No, he forced her to try to give her oral, and then she stopped, and he let her up and let her.
Yeah,
out.
but that was allowed in the 80s, wasn't it?
But hold on, let me ask you a question. And I'm going to have to be careful on how I phrase this. If I was just on Rumble and YouTube and Facebook, I could just say it, but I can't say it because obviously we're still syndicated on terrestrial radio stations, and we're going to pick up another one here soon. But is oral if you just try it for a second and then say, no way, I don't want any of this? And so, like most people think of oral probably as a continual event going bam, 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 bam. But if you just do one lick of the lollipop and you don't eat the entire lollipop, is it still oral?
Yes.
Okay.
What?
I was just asking.
Well, it looks like that didn't even happen.
Are you asking if something that you did in college makes you?
No.
Oh, okay.
It looks like she turned her head away from his
penis,
and he stopped and unlocked the door, and they.
Oh, maybe there's nothing that to go on here.
Devastated by this complaint, a basketball event that took place in 1987. Our client believed the plaintiff to be over 18 and had no idea.
First of all, now we all know, as men that don't go to high school anymore, that if you go to a high school and there's a student there, chances are they're under 18. Now, there are some seniors floating around that have late birthdays or early birthdays or whatever, but, you have to assume a kid that goes to high school is at the best 17, right? You can't automatically assume because she's a senior, she's 18. I was a senior, and I was 17 clear up until 1 month before graduation.
Idea she would claim.
I mean, I was a senior. I was 17. We graduated like May 28th or something like that. I was 17 years old clear up until April 23rd.
Otherwise, until 35 years later. He respects girls and women, and the claims have blindsided him and his family. The lawsuit is asking for a jury trial and more than $25,000 in damages. Our Maria Solis joins us in studio right now. Myron, Mario, Byron Scott played for the Lakers.
Yes, he did.
In the 80s, the late 80s here. What else has he done?
Well, we all know.
I mean, I think this guy's standing up. That's how short this dude is. He's standing up, and he's shorter than people that are on,
That Byron Scott is really a big part of LA basketball. He grew up he was born in Utah, but then he grew up in Inglewood, went to Morningside High School, where he had obviously a great career. He left high school to play at ASU, and then right after that, he was drafted by the Clippers, who back then were based in San Diego, traded to the Lakers, and the rest is history. Winning 3 championships with the LA Lakers. When the alleged incident took place, he had just won his second NBA title with the team. And of course, he also became a coach. He was coach of the year with the Hornets. A great career. Just recently posting on his Instagram, he was the coach of a youth Filipino-American team that won a major championship. Byron Scott, of course, a major part of the famous Showtime era with the Lakers, playing alongside Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson, James Worthy, and an incredible career. So at this point, all we can do is wait. But the
hold on, short doggy dog. You've given us Byron Scott's resume. You've not given us any legal precedent as to what could potentially happen here.
Impact that Byron Scott has had in LA basketball, as a coach, as a player, and even after that, he was a broadcaster when Time Warner had the rights to the Lakers. I've exchanged many thoughts with him, interviewed him many times, so I know Byron Scott quite well.
So,
all right, more to come on this, Mario.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
thank you. A lot more to come on this. I mean, I
sent you an article where it kind of describes what she's claiming happened.
All right, maybe Brian can help us determine, how much trouble this guy really is in. I got to think the first problem is that you admitted that you had a sexual type of situation with a 15-year-old in a locked janitorial thing.
If you scroll down on it, you got to go down a little bit more, and then it starts getting into it after this. After right there, in there.
Dylan, is that the girl?
Yes.
Is also accusing Campbell High School, where she was a student, for not protecting her from Scott. She said that she was taking a summer class while the members of the Lakers teams film a basketball video in the school's gym. Scott, a shooting guard, played for the Lakers, blah, blah, blah. When bystanders were asked to leave the taping, Dylan claimed Scott pointed her out and said she can stay. Also, there were probably kids gathering around watching, and, they were trying to shoo him out of the studio, and Byron Scott said she can stay. After Dylan got autographs and pictures with Scott, he reportedly asked her to have lunch with him. When filming was finished, Scott then asked Dylan to give him a tour of the school, which was when the assault allegedly, hey man, give me a tour of the school. All I'm really interested is that janitorial closet that can lock. The lawsuit claims that Scott found a janitor's closet and forcefully grabbed Haley by the arm and pulled her inside the room. He then allegedly kissed her mouth as she asked, "What are we doing?" Dylan claims Scott then pushed her down, took her shirt off, tried to force her to perform oral sex on him. She pleaded for Scott to stop and tried to turn her head away from his erect penis. And I got to think that that's probably quite the weapon. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Trying to get away from that monster. He allegedly then stopped, then attempted assault, and allowed Dylan to get up and put her clothes back on before he unlocked the door. They both left the closet as Dylan said her mind was reeling and she felt scared and disoriented. In the years that follow Scott's sexual assault and battery, Haley suffered and continues to suffer severe psychological, emotional distress, as well as feelings of embarrassment, loss of self-esteem, shame, and humiliation. She's seeking damages over $25,000 and trial by jury. Scott's attorney hasn't returned the U.S. Sun's request for comments. The Lakers star was married to his first wife, Anita Scott, at the time. The former couple then had 3 children. Blah 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 blah. Is this Brian? Is this Byron Scott writes a big check and this goes away?
Well, I imagine if that was going to happen, it happens before she files the lawsuit. I mean, she probably, unless they went immediately to filing the lawsuit to just get it out publicly, typically these things, somebody reaches out, says, hey, here's what we're going to be pursuing this claim. What do you want to do about it?
If you were the attorney for Byron Scott, Are you not shooting the following things across the bow? I need to know how much mental therapy. Did she go to a therapist? Has she been to a therapist for how many years? Right after the event, did she tell anybody? Did she go into mental therapy? I need to know all those records, because if she's just pulling this out of her ass, even if it did or didn't happen, and she cannot prove emotional distress and emotional damage, the way you prove that is, I'm assuming, Brian, you're the lawyer, not me, is that you instantaneously start going into therapy, start, documenting the feelings that you're having inside and all of these issues. You start documenting it with a doctor or somebody of credibility to establish your damages. If you didn't at all during those 35 years, this potentially could get thrown out, in my opinion.
I don't know that it would get thrown out. If she's making a valid allegation, that comes down to damages, and that's a question for the jury.
And he does admit there was that interaction.
Well, he admits that, yeah, he thought she was 18. I
think he admits that he took his erect penis out and tried to force her on it. So, that doesn't look really good to a jury.
No, it's not. It's not a good look, and it's something, again, that if I was his people and he had the financial means to pay it, and they weren't being ridiculous in terms of what they were requesting, then you make this go away.
Much like Shannon Sharp could have maybe made. Do you think Shannon Sharp could have made that situation he got involved in go away? Or what is she just, in Busby, just hell bent on a bigger number than 50 million? Because 50 million seems like a pretty nice number to me.
That's an insane number. Does Shannon Sharp even have 50 million?
I don't know.
That's too big of a number. That's not a settlement number. That's a go to a jury and then try to collect.
He would have, because he was on the eve of, wasn't he on the eve of signing that 9-figure podcast deal?
Yes, he was.
When they dropped that?
Yes.
So, Brian, if you don't drop this and you don't ruin that deal, now he's got 50 million. If you drop it the day before he announces the deal, now he doesn't have the deal because you dropped this big ass, whodunit. Now he doesn't have 50 million. Idiots.
It says anywhere between 15 to 30 million.
Yeah, you're asking for more than his net worth. It's insane.
813-90-BUBBA. Phone lines seem to be 100% packed.
Yes.
Well, you know what? This is new, so we'll go to that next. If you're trying to call, we'll take your phone calls live. 813-90-BUBBA. We got a couple of, here's some stories on deck, the Three Doors Down lead singer Brad, who's a very good friend of mine, and I've interviewed maybe 10 times.
Yes, yeah.
He has stage 4 cancer. Stephen A. Smith says he's happy Trump won because Democrats have manipulated black Americans too long. Got that story. And then this whole Dave Portnoy, the kid, had a celebration at Portnoy's club in Philadelphia and requested that the marquee that comes out with the bottle service and all that kind of thing said F the Jews. The kid initially apologizes and is crying on the phone and wants to make this all go away by potentially traveling to Poland. Isn't that where Auschwitz is Poland?
Yes.
Okay. Traveling to Poland and going to the Auschwitz museums and learning more about the Jewish culture and what happened to the Jews under Hitler's regime. The guy supposedly was for all that. Now the guy lawyered up and he's trying to flip this around as if it's Portnoy. I watched the kid. Isn't his name Mohammed something?
Mo Khan is what he goes by.
But I think his real name's Mohammed.
Okay.
I think. Maybe not. I could be wrong. And now he's trying to flip the script and try to blame it all on Portnoy. And there's so many holes. After he lawyered up, he went and read this statement. And I'm going to blow holes right through this statement. Listen, there is a thing called the First Amendment. And you can say anything you want. You can. You can't, you're not supposed to, when you're in the content business or the radio business, you don't scream fire in a movie theater.
You don't do that if you're in any business.
Yeah, I'm just saying that you can say anything that you want. But with your right to say anything you want, the public has a right to not agree with you and has a right to take a counterpoint of your opinion. That's their First Amendment. So the First Amendment doesn't mean that you can say outlandish stuff and be protected. It says that you can say outlandish stuff, but people can hold you accountable for it. This guy's a complete moron. I'll get to that next.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
No, I'm not Tampa Terry, and you're fucking getting on my last nerve.
He's the worst.
Yeah.
The worst. Don't even acknowledge him. He's a troll, and he's the worst kind of troll. He doesn't contribute to the show at all.
He's done.
Do you want to?
I just fucking blocked him.
Good.
He's done. I'm like you know what? Fuck you, Tampa.
We don't need him. He doesn't add.
Listen,
brother.
Just like
he's
just
such
like John, just like my buddy John Cracchiola, who owns JVC. He goes, if you're gonna have people participate in chat and they're gonna fuck with your product and fuck with you, why would you have them on?
We're in
Yeah.
right now. The Byron Scott.
Beach Metal Detectors is on a funny roll today. The shot clock ran out on old girl.
All right, if you can put on about 5 minutes, we'll be back.
Tampa Terry, sorry buddy, I ain't got nothing for you. You're gone.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Hold on. We'll
Go
back
bye.
to you, okay?
I did Bubba's grain office, a grain of rice. Sorry, I'm illiterate. Thank you.
never to be heard from again. We're here. We're live, everybody.
Everybody, say it. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, nothing, guys. Zero.
Zero? Come on, Babyface Brigade, mount up.
Lummy, what is our unsigned band review today?
Riding with Killers.
Yeah, Riding with Killers.
Oh, I think you got it to me right here, right?
Yeah, but there's one with their online.
Ooh, what the fuck is this?
It's a rock band. Here you go, Bubba. This one has their online, their tag, their social media.
Now, is a guy going on the air?
Yes.
Do we have a song?
Yes.
And is it like rock?
It's a rock. Yeah, it's rock music.
How long have they been on?
Since 2018, I believe they've been a band. I think they started in 2013, came together, and they've been doing it for a little bit. They're, as they say, this is like a Detroit band.
Shovel-faced warriors, mount up. So take me home, 'cause I don't remember. Take me home.
We don't have a game for this week, but we're trying to have one for next week.
No, I have one.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I'm finishing it up now.
Okay.
We can do it like 9 o'clock hour, late 8 o'clock hour.
Yeah,
I
late
should have
8.
it ready to
I'm
go.
gonna call it late 8.
It's not going to be a great one, but it'll be okay.
I'm gonna call it late 8, like 8:40. Like
late
8
8 sounds good.
Late 8, yeah, late 8. Late 8, Lummy.
Late 8.
Tell line 1, Lummy. See.
That's Charlie.
Oh, okay, fuck him.
The other two, well, 4 wants to talk about Byron Scott. 5 sounded like he wanted to talk about Byron Scott, but then talked about how he can talk about.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, everybody. Let me Richard Longwood get him just now.
Yep, $50. Woo! Thank you, Richard Longwood.
Nothing on the PayPal. Are we even signed on? Yeah, we are. Work with me.
Yes, my voice turns Brian on. He's Brian the Babyface Matroni, such a hottie. Now how about you help pay my session fee? PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. The BTLS show now returns.
Unsigned band review today, 9:20. It's a rock band based out of what, Detroit?
Yes, that's what it's.
Riding with Killers. And we'll have, what, the lead singer on Zoom?
Yes.
Every Thursday, we have an unsigned, basically a band that's not signed by any major label, like a local band, and they're just trying to bust ass and sound good and get some play. Most radio stations and content providers will, scoff at these people. But we've played three. We've had three of them. Now, we used to do this back in the day where we would bring these bands on. If you can see behind Brian, we have a noticeable stage.
Longwood, $50. And Uncle Eric, $50.
Thank you, buddies. That's that shovel face money coming in. Still, PayPal's a little barren. Nothing on PayPal today. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, the Bubba Army. We used to have these local bands actually bring their gear in and play. And if they sucked, we would shoot them.
Yes.
With we had Valken Airsoft automatic AR-15s, and we would just pepper them. We made them wear eye protection, and then we would just. That's the stage I used to be on. We would make them wear eye protection, and we would just hammer them, and then turn the lights down on them, and literally tell them, "I know it's uncomfortable, but you gotta leave. See you later." Actually, I think we were way ahead of our time on that deal. I think in today's, soft-ass, woke cancel culture that you probably couldn't even do that. So now we just get a guy on the band, a lead singer, guitarist, drummer, whatever. We play their song with them on Zoom, and then we analyze what we think about the song. Oddly enough, since we've brought it back, we've had three bands. We've had Felicity.
Below Alabama,
and the Wonderlands band,
and they're sending us merchandise,
and all of them sounded pretty damn good. I want to be a dick and say, man, you just ain't got. Like, here's an example of the Wonderlands band. I mean, it. I thought I helped. My bad here. And again, their music may not be necessarily our genre that we like. Seth, a big alt guy. Brian, I don't know what you are. Maybe an 80s guy. I don't know what the hell you
80s, alt. I love everything pretty much except country.
But just we're judging them based on musical skill set, production quality, and this band got approved. This is the Wonderlands band from last weekend. See, again, you probably think it sucks because you don't like that kind of music, but just musically, it's put together pretty well. I tried to play it for Tech 9 and he couldn't hear it.
Oh, that sucks.
This is Felicity. This is Felicity. This is the first band we had 2 or 3 weeks ago.
All of my thoughts, you said you were changing.
actually think they might be the best we've had so far.
Yeah,
let me at the end of the year, we should probably have like some type of show where we do a competition to
the yearly award.
Yeah, yes. Brian, you like that where you go through all the bands and you pick the winner, and maybe they
get some fancy Bubba Army trophy.
No, maybe they perform at BARP.
I mean, that would be nice,
right?
I had the idea of having like all of them perform on an event.
Well, no,
BARP.
but I mean like just the winner, because it would be easy to get airfare and some hotel rooms for just 5 guys, whereas having 4 bands down here and 40 guys would be way less manageable. So today, the Unsigned Band Review, it's Riding with Killers. It's a rock band from Detroit. They've been together, I don't know since 2000 and...
Right, yeah, it looks like they formed in 2018.
Yeah. So they're a rock band that's called Riding with Killers. We'll have the lead singer on at 9:20. It's the Unsigned Band Review.
Jason Lindquist, $10.
Hi, who's this?
Roger.
Hi, Roger. By the way, for you Twink Martindale fans out there, Brian Matroni, our Thursday guest, he has started this new little thing where he does a little game show or a little contest amongst us, and he's the co-host as Twink Martindale. So we're going to be doing Brian's game today, Twink Martindale style. We're going to call it late in the 8, like 8:45, 8:50. So, yes, sir. Go ahead, bud.
Yeah, listen, I'm a sensitive man. I am. But I am so tired of these women making allegations and the media and everybody acting like they don't lie or that you don't exaggerate or they're not going after our money.
But hold on. Here's the deal, bud. I am, too. I'm completely dancing with you. I get so tired of these women that say 25 years ago I was raped by my boyfriend. Yeah. But here's the deal. And I agree with you, but Byron Scott admitted to what they did in the closet.
No, I agree with that, and I understand that, but he didn't agree that he forced her head down. That's her perception or what she's making up.
Okay, but here's the deal: if he's got an erect penis, and he's taken, and if you got an erect penis with a 15-year-old in a high school broom closet, even if you didn't force her head down there, that's a problem, bud. You can't.
Agreed. If you understand, she's 15. If you take him at his word that he thought she was 18, or let's even go beyond Byron Scott, just in general, or the idea I have is, if you hear these allegations, people making allegations like Shannon Sharp, he was in a freak relationship with this woman for 2 years. And they obviously were into this kind of role playing and whatever it was doing. But the media talks about her like she's a victim. The man's not been convicted of a damn thing. And it literally, most of the time, they don't have to put their name out in public. And it's a money grab. And I'm tired of it, and it's hurting good men.
Sir,
that's the way I look at it.
Sir, I agree with you. 100% agree with you. But unfortunately, that's how the game's played.
What good men do you think have been falsely accused and completely ruined by false allegations?
The Dodger pitcher, there was the CY.
Agreed.
Yeah, Trevor Bauer, I would put him there. And Aziz Ansari would be another one I think that got kind of railroaded.
Yeah.
But who else?
Why isn't that woman in jail? Who did that to him?
Yeah, they should be. But who else?
Kobe Bryant?
No, man. Come on.
Hold on. Kobe admitted that she came to his room. He tried or may have completed or anal on her. Anal. And then she went immediately to the hospital. And the Kobe Bryant girl, and not that there's
she said immediately $4 million or I go public.
Well, hold on now, bud. Not that there's a right way to do this and a wrong way, but if you've been raped and you've been violated like like Kobe did, rest in peace, Kobe, on the side of a hill in a helicopter. But if you did do that to a girl and she immediately documents it and she immediately goes to the hospital, the power is she's done it all right. all correctly, I should say, and he's, he was in a world of hurt.
No, I understand and I get what you're saying, but again, she went immediately to him. It was either $4 or $7 million. Give me that, or I go public.
The Duke lacrosse team is one that got railroaded for sure.
He said, "Screw you," and he said, "Take me to court." And then finally, he broke under the pressure, paid her the $7 million, and she went away, never to be heard from again. Like it was a money grab.
Listen, all of them are money grabs. But
yeah, and it's killing men.
But
and I'm like, I have two young boys, 25.
So
and 22,
no, hold on.
young.
So are you trying to say? Are you
worry about their future?
But are you saying that women are taking consensual situations where they are consensually, agreeing to mess around with a dude, and then afterwards immediately crying rape or assault?
Absolutely, like the Dodger guy. Like you look at her text messages with her friend. She's going to set him up.
Oh no, hold on.
She eggs, and I imagine. Hold on, let me say this. I imagine Shannon Sharp's interview. I've been in a couple freaky relationships where the text messages was like, "I'm going to choke the shit out of you," and that would get her all wet and bothered and crazy. And
cool.
They're twisting it now, and that went on for 2 years.
Listen.
And
when Shannon, listen,
it wasn't happening.
You gotta know
came out right
when you're
before he signed the deal.
When you're part of these freaky relationships, these kinks, these fetishes, these role playing deals. You also have to be smart enough to know when you're being set up, and when she says, "I don't want to be choked anymore," and which is completely goes against the grain of your freak or your kink or how you guys are.
No. Absolutely.
Then you got to be smart enough with Shannon Sharp to say, "Okay, I got you. We're not playing." Had he said, "Okay, you don't want to be choked no more, so I guess the game's off. We're not playing the game no more," and then she would have come back with an answer. "No, we're not playing the game anymore." Okay, babe, no big deal. Not playing the game anymore. But when he goes,
agreed with you.
When he goes, "Yes, you do, and you deserve it." I mean, Shannon Sharp needs to be smarter than that, my friend.
I don't disagree with you. But again, when you're in that, or she can take whatever she wants and twist it. So if the fact that she came out with this right before he signs a $19 million podcast deal is not a coincidence.
It wasn't a 19. It wasn't a 19.
It's like the last time the Eagles.
Hold on. It wasn't a $19 million. It was a 9-figure podcasting deal,
my mistake.
which is $100 million plus.
It's like there was. I'm in Philadelphia 2 Super Bowls ago. I think it was. There was a Ohio State player, offensive lineman. The day of the Super Bowl, it got dropped that some girl from college was charging him with assault. And same thing. He was in the truck, pushed her head down. She laughed, no harm, no foul, like kind of thing. But they drop it the day of the Super Bowl, so he couldn't play in the game.
I think,
this stuff is intentional.
I think Brian makes great examples. The Duke lacrosse team. Obviously the Trevor Bauer deal. There are instances. Listen, if you're an athlete and you make that type of money and you're going to play that type of kinky games, you just really. There's athletes now that are coming up with NDAs, and they make women before they'll engage in any type of sexual activity sign these NDAs. So I mean, it's just a different world that we live in. It's a different world where women and men can document, screenshot, record phone calls, and you got to be smarter than you just got to be smart, or you're gonna get set up. You can't be like a guy like Deshaun Watson and go to, 25 different massage parlors asking a girl to give you a happy ending. That just happened to Justin Tucker. Because as soon as you do it to one, then every person that you had a potential legitimate massage with, they have now legal standing to call up Busby and the attorney that's representing the one girl, and one girl turns into 24. Now, were there 24? Probably not. Were there probably 15? Yeah. But I doubt that there were maybe, Brian, you probably have a certain percentage of copycats in there. Once one girl's filed, the other girl's like, well, listen, I can show on the books that Deshaun Watson came to my place 2 Thursdays ago, even though nothing really happened. I mean, how can you prove it didn't? Right?
Yeah. No. Some of that.
Are
Some
you
of that
following? Are you following the Harvey Weinstein retrial?
No, I probably should be, but
well, here's something interesting that I've learned. He originally had something like 64 women accuse him, right? And most of them were thrown out because the guy lost his testicles years ago to gangrene, and they all were wrong about what his unit looked like.
Well,
and they got thrown out because they were all making it up.
How do you lose your testicles to gangrene? What do you have them tied off with a rubber band?
I don't know, but they got removed, so the guy's got no testes. And so when they went to describe, he made me grab these, I pulled them, whatever, and then they're like, all right, throw it out. You're lying. And so a huge number of those 64 women were thrown out because they do this for money grabs.
The woman
and men need to be protected.
I wish
if you make false allegations. It should be jail time.
I wish men had a better recourse or a better way to defend against these sort of things, but they just don't. So,
but there could be,
how?
they say, there's the other aspect.
How could there be?
Hold them responsible for false allegations.
Okay, listen.
Hold them accountable.
I agree, my friend, but a lot of times it's a he said, she said.
Sir, what have you been accused of?
Yeah, what have you been accused of?
He's worried about his sons.
They're
going to come after his sons.
I've never been accused of a damn thing in my life. But I do have 2 young men that were athletes going through college that I was very concerned about them. But I started paying attention.
And they didn't have any accusations against them, right? No false accusations.
None.
Zero.
None at all.
There you go.
None at all.
All right, so they survived.
But what I'm saying to you is, just because it didn't happen to my kids doesn't mean it's right.
Nobody says false allegations are right, sir.
So I'm a bartender at a college bar, right? If you talk to guys today, they want nothing to do with women. They want nothing to do with them.
I think you might be at a gay bar.
All they need is one Instagram post.
Because I'm going to tell you, every bar I've been to, that's why men are at the bar. If they're single, they're at the bar to try to find a chick. I'm just telling you.
These college kids, and it's a very good school where the bar is, they say one Instagram post and they will ruin my life.
How you like them apples?
Can't trust them.
All right, my friend. We got what you're saying. You're just droning on and on. Bitches are scandalous. And if you've done something with one of them and they can prove that it might have been against their will and they have documentation of it and you're playing you've established a relationship with a girl and you're playing, daddy submissive, whatever the hell game Shannon Sharp was playing with old girl, and she tells you after you've gone to try to litigate, or I should say mediate, after you've tried to mediate some type of settlement with her to the tune of, they're saying $20, $30, $40 million, and when you talk to her, she says, Daddy, I don't want to be choked no more, then you must have the sense and a little bit of the intelligence to be able to say, okay, I got you. We're not playing the daddy chokes out little girl game anymore, right? We ain't playing it.
Yeah.
And she's like, that's right. We're not playing it anymore, Daddy. Okay. No more choking. But what you do not say is, you need choking. You deserve it. I mean, Shannon, it's just you got to be a little smarter. And thank God your sons were able to, navigate through school and never have a problem. But I do disagree with you, and I think everybody else would, that when you go to a bar or a college bar, a heterosexual male, a single heterosexual male is, if the right opportunity presents itself with a girl you're attracted to, and she says, hey, I want to go back to your place and blast, I think that's why we're there.
I have a friend, he's so worried, he locks his junk up, and the girls have to answer riddle questions to figure out a solution to unlock it, so they have to show that they really want it from him.
He's got a combination lock on his penis?
Yeah, he's got a special lock on his penis.
Each right, it's a three-digit, I'm sorry, It's like a 25, 36, 39 combination. So with every right answer, they get one number.
Yep.
And then on the fourth number, they get to unleash his penis.
And then
you can go to the judge and say, Your Honor, I gave her 3, trivia questions about being with me, and she answered all 3. That's why she got the combination to unlock my penis. And once I release the hounds,
Yeah. It's like an escape room.
Right, exactly. So anyway.
Yeah, I had my...
Hold on here.
I had my apprehensions about it, but
Brad, good friend of ours, lead singer for Three Doors Down, has been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. They have had to suspend the Three Doors Down summer tour this year for him to get treatment. This is him on Fox and Friends talking about his stage 4 cancer. Brad's a really good friend of the show. Lummy, in conjunction with Brad Harden, who is the program director, operations manager of 98 Rock. 98 Rock was one of the the station that I first became mornings and syndicated on circa 1996. We were one of the very first radio stations to ever play a Three Doors Down song because their manager, Bill McNulty, was really good friends with Brad Harden, not Brad, obviously good friends with Brad, this lead singer as well. But 98 Rock early on was one of the biggest supporting stations of Three Doors Down. They played one of our live stocks, and Brad and I are close. And Lummy's already put a request in for us to have somebody from Three Doors Down on.
Yes,
because I didn't know how it would go over, and furthermore. I when I was praying about it, I was like, God, I don't know what to say. He's like, don't worry about it. I'll tell you what to say. I'll put the words in your mouth. And he has every night.
I pray to God to put the right words in my mouth every night, and it just doesn't seem to work out.
Doesn't work too well?
Yeah. He puts the wrong words in my mouth. It makes me do really dumb stuff.
They're saying it's from repeated exposure to kryptonite.
This year, I was just praying about the tour before we went out on tour. And then the prayer, I just heard God's voice say, I want you to tell them that I love them out there.
All right. I was trying to find the zookeeper deal, but I can't find it. I can't find it. So
foiled by my zookeeper.
Whatever, love it.
I've been so
messed up.
Incredibly blessed in my life. This band has been through ups and downs, and we've been through a lot of challenges, and we've also been incredibly, incredibly blessed. And
one of the first, when they first got their first check, when they first hit it, they went out and bought all matching jets because they lived kind of on the same. They all kind of lived on the same lake together, and they went out and bought like 5 jet skis so they could go so they could go straight white trash like what we would do.
Oh yeah.
And this year, after having after having a conversation with my...
Let me Google what is Creed worth, or how many records, or what is Creed generated in wealth? I think these guys are all
Three Doors Down.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Three Doors Down.
It's like, what does Creed have to do with this?
Creed.
Is something wrong with Scott Stapp too? I can't handle this news today.
There's something wrong with Scott Stapp. All right.
Oh my God! You know what though? God's gonna welcome him with arms wide open.
Friend in a Christian.
The Z Morning Zoo on Z100.
Artist Ben Fuller, he said, I think you'll be more bold this summer. And so I decided to just take it a step further. And and I don't really talk a whole lot on stage, to be quite honest. And
no, but you're a hell of a singer, hell of a band too. Seth, were you a Three Doors Down fan?
Yeah, this is really sad. He's only 46, and man, they did. I don't know if the USO tours are still a thing, man, but they were always over there performing. Just a real good guy. And
I'm assuming you've met him before.
I've never met him. No, we interviewed him, and I listened to you in 98 Rock when Krypton I first played. I still think it's one of the best songs I've ever heard, and he's been nothing but a good guy. Nobody has been able to bring down this good man, so I really hope that he's able to at least get some treatment and hang around.
Good, thanks, Fash.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
It'll be sad when they do the tribute, like When I'm Gone. They have some really good songs.
Oh, they do.
Yeah.
Fact, Lummy, That's the band. When I first met Heather at Livestock when she was doing this report on me, it was Three Doors Down that I asked her to come and sit side stage with me, VIP, like you're really big,
Oh, yeah.
First of all, I'm like, hey, you want to come watch Three Doors Down? She's like, yeah. And I go, hold on a second. I got to let me talk about just instantaneously being in, knowing that I'm going to get some ass. I'm like, hold on. Here's a backstage pass. You can go anywhere you want, but sit side stage. I have to introduce the band and bring them on.
Our panties were wet.
It wasn't.
And now Bubba's all like, I'm here without you, Heather.
My public speaking is not quite as.
And you know what? You've never heard how many? Let me know how many records or how many songs or tunes or downloads that they've sold. But you've never heard of anybody on Three Doors Down getting in trouble or doing something stupid or raping a girl in a janitorial closet. They've all just been. They're a little bit faith-based, and they've just been always such great dudes.
30 million albums sold.
Maybe on.
Is this him talking about cancer at all? Because he looked the opposite of this last night in the video that I saw.
Yeah, I gotta get that.
He looks pretty good there.
Yeah, I gotta get that video. I mean, I think I may have. I think.
What type of cancer does he have?
It's in the kidney. It's gone to his lungs.
It's metastasized.
Yes.
Well, stage 4. That's what it means. But dang.
Now, send me that. I gotta go to words. Because I had that report, I think I didn't use Seth's, but I need Seth's because
I sent it to him talking.
Well, I just didn't know if he had. I like seeing him in good spirits. But I guess, but it's not like the video that he released.
No, the one you had is the one I need to play. Not, I prayed to God things are going to be okay, because the one that he released last night kind of shows how he's kind of spiraling down as far as, the way this is affecting him. I'll do that next when I come back.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Time I'm here without you, sad thing, but you're still with me in my dreams. And tonight, boy, it's only you and me.
Does he do like? I think he's got a good voice. Actually, I was just kind of thinking.
Yeah.
You think I could maybe be the lead man for them when he's gone?
They don't want a 40-year-old shovel face up there.
What? They got a 46-year-old guy now.
Did you send it to me?
If I go crazy, then will you still call me Superman?
Did you send it to me?
He's not here, dude. If I'm alive and well, will you be there holding my hand? I'll keep you by my side with my superhuman, my dick tonight. Yeah!
Wow.
That was the original name of that song, actually. It was Dick Tonight.
He must have been like 18 when he wrote that song.
Well, that song was released in, 2000?
They were so...
So that was 25 years ago. He may have been like 22 when he wrote it, 23. I'm sure he wrote it way before it became a radio hit. Yeah. Oh, boy. Here we are. We're on Rumble, front page. You guys are getting the good stuff today.
You guys are getting the...
For those of you that stuck around through Monday and Tuesday, we appreciate you.
Oh, man.
All right, so I got Brad, then I got the Portnoy, then the Stephen A, and then the Kanye. That's what we're going with.
I'm not touching that dial.
You're not, are you, Lover?
No. I want to, but I won't.
We're supposed to be getting some rain, aren't we? Hey, Rumble, 17.8 and growing, by the way. Thank you. 17.8 and growing.
Oh, it says it's going to rain Monday.
Let me look at my weather report because I got a big race this weekend. I got 45% today, 55% tomorrow. Yeah, we're done. We're done.
Where'd you hear it? Was it a walk-up song?
Yeah. Walk-up songs are great, man.
We're done.
Take me home. That's what I sang that earlier. You weren't here for it.
I realized what my walk-up song was going to be yesterday.
Oh, what?
Well, it would be Blues Traveler Hook, but I would start off around Berlin, go up on the show, and that's what I would start right there. Because I feel like it kind of has immediate energy.
Yeah.
Not just like doo 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 doo. You know, I would have boom with the lyrics. I think it would pop, and it's something that
I think your guys' beautiful crosstalk it just hit us over the 18,000.
Of course it did. I would come out to Meredith Brooks's bitch. I'm a bitch, I'm a lover, I'm a child, I'm a mother.
Just completely taking their ammunition away from not being able to call you a bitch, right?
That's right.
Because you've already bitched
I
yourself.
am a bitch.
Yeah.
So deal with it.
So calling me a bitch ain't gonna do shit to me.
And then I would sell specialty jerseys that say bitch on the
I'm
back.
a bitch.
You'd sell them the players' parking lot.
I'd sell them the parking lot at Ray J, you know, right there.
Hell, hold on. Kind of like, remember what Brian Brosworth did with his t-shirts?
Yeah.
But was that not brilliant?
The Boz?
Yeah.
What did you do? Cut the sleeves off?
When he played Oklahoma, or when he played Texas, he got all week on the interviews. He was like, you know, being a real heel. We're gonna kill Texas. Texas sucks. Bunch of pussies. You know, I'm gonna. So he printed up like 25,000. It said Boz with a big red circle through it, and had vendors in the parking lot selling them, and they sold the fuck out because everybody. Well, really, he's the one that did them.
Yeah. Sell your own hater shirts. That's what I say.
Yeah, I think we should get into that. I think we just came up with a new gimmick.
What would your walkout music be, Bubba?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, what's the most we've ever had on Rumble before? 20?
Almost 20,000, like 600.
Are you writing those statistics down in your little show notes?
Yeah, 20,643.
We might have a chance today.
Yeah.
Don't forget, late in the 8, about an hour and 15 or 20 minutes from now, we'll do a Twink Martindale, some type of trivia game, hosted by our very own shovel-faced Brian Matroni, Twink Martindale.
You want to know what the game is?
Sure.
Celebrity, 2 truths and a lie. I'm going to give you 2 truths about a celebrity, and in there will also be 1 lie, so 3 facts. And you, Seth, and Lummy will be charged with picking out which one is the lie.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army or BubbaArmyTips.com. So we go individually. Like it's not open. It's like, okay, Bubba, here's your question. And then I get a celebrity, 2 truths and a lie. Then you go to Lummy. Then you go to Seth. Like it's not like
no. You're all gonna hold up a number. I'm gonna give you 1, 2, or 3, and you're gonna hold up which one you think it is. Everybody plays each round. Well, I don't have enough questions to go around the room. I don't know how much free time you think I have.
Let me Mushroom Mitch on the PayPal. Thank you, Mushroom Mitch. 2 in a row right there. So, and then at 9:20, we'll have the lead singer for, what's it called?
Riding with Killers, the Detroit rock band.
Riding with Killers.
It's Taylor Roberts.
It's the Taylor Roberts. The unsigned band review starts at 9:20. We'll play the one particular song that, what's the guy's name?
Taylor Roberts.
Let me write this down here. Taylor Roberts. So Rummy, and that is, what is it called? The band's called?
Which one is it, Brian?
Riding with Killers.
Riding with Killers.
Riding with Killers. Okay, so I'll have that on my Post-it note so I won't miss it anymore. We've obviously asked the Riding with Killers band to pick out their best song, and we will play it, and we will analyze it, and we will tell Taylor what we think about it. Now, this is, as we were talking about Brad, I don't know what Brad's last name is.
Arnold.
Brad Arnold?
Thought you were good friends with him, Bubba.
Well,
jeez.
You don't need to know his last name to be good friends with him.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, I mean, at some point you're just acquaintances.
I haven't seen Brad for 20 years, okay? A lot of things. Just stop with your hate. So anyway, Brad Arnold, the lead singer from Three Doors Down.
My best buddy Brian Reynolds from Three Doors Down.
I'll tell you how good of friends I am with him. I got a signed autographed guitar personalized to me, and I have their, I think, their 5 or 6 million 3 times platinum, platinum record award, RIAA, which is, I think, is the Recording Industry Association. Anyway, I got a 5 times platinum award from them personalized to me because early on the radio station I worked at, 98 Rock, was one of the very first stations to support Three Doors Down. We brought them to our musical festival, our fall musical festival, which was in April every year, called Livestock. They headlined it, and it's where I met my my wife Heather. And so we were watching a Fox and Friends interview with Brad Arnold, the lead singer of Three Doors Down. They've had to suspend their summertime tour because he has stage 4 cancer. Ugh. And I think Seth said it's of the kidney.
It's of it's the kidneys, and I guess it's what is it, Brian?
It's spreading and metastasized, and it's spread into the lungs.
So when kidneys, like Brian, if you got cancer of like one organ, and then the worst thing, and you don't maybe catch it soon enough, the worst thing that can happen is for it to spread to others.
Yes.
And that's what we might have here?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's, I think, generally what stage 4 means is that the cancer is spread to other areas of the body.
He talks about it here.
Here we go.
Hey, everybody. It's Brad from Three Doors Down. I hope you're having a great day today.
Brad Arnold, lead singer, diagnosed with stage 4 cancer.
He looks a lot like Tuttle.
If Tuttle had a mullet.
Yeah.
Hey, got some not so good news for you today. And
here's the deal, man. If you get that news, I mean, isn't it kind of a death sentence?
It is. It is.
I mean, like, if you get that news, man, I mean, like, you got to start, like,
live like you're dying.
You're gonna die. You're gonna die.
But you know what, though, and maybe I don't know. I haven't seen this part of it, but there is something empowering about knowing when your time is coming to an end, and you can do things back. I mean, imagine you're just sitting there right now. One of us has a grabber, and we're gone. You know,
which can happen to me at any time.
I mean, to any of us. You know, it can happen, and you don't have. The one silver lining in this is that he has the ability to, get his affairs in order and know that it's coming to an end in advance. But it's awful.
Wow.
It's awful.
Wow.
so I'd been sick a couple of weeks ago, and then went to the hospital and got checked out, and had actually got the diagnosis that I had a clear cell renal carcinoma that had metastasized into my lungs. And that's it's
And it looks like he's even holding back the tears. And when I knew Brad, when I hung out with Brad, the 4 or 5 times he played for our station, he was probably 25 pounds heavier, a lot healthier. He looks like maybe he now at this point, Brian, do they even do chemo and radiation?
They still may, to try and buy. And he sounds like he's having a little trouble speaking, and I don't know if it's because he's just choked up or because he may have already started the treatment. But yeah, they sometimes will. It's a choice the patient has to make most of the time. Is, do you want to try to do everything you can to live as long as you can, even if it's going to reduce your quality of life while you're here?
To give yourself another 6 months to a year?
Sometimes 2 years. I mean, you just got to look at the survival rates with and without treatment. It's a tough decision to make. I mean,
Brad Arnold, lead singer of Three Doors Down, stage 4 cancer, started somewhere and has now spread into his lungs.
Stage 4, and that's not real good. But you know what? We serve a mighty God, and He can overcome anything. So I have no fear. I really sincerely am not scared of it at all. But it is gonna force us to cancel our tour this summer, and we're sorry for that. And I'd love.
Man, I'm on the verge of crying for the dude. This is hard to watch.
I mean, just he's gracious. I mean, apologizing to the fans because you have cancer. That really, you don't have to do that, man.
What a great dude.
For you to lift me up in prayer every chance you get, and
I don't even pray, but I might start praying just for Brad. Dear Lord, it's Bubba. I don't really pray to you a lot because I don't necessarily know that you're really there or not, but, you know, whatever.
God's not taking any Johnny-come-latelys.
Hey, dear God, dear God.
God's closed.
Yeah, he knows who's been riding with him.
Dear God, I guess I've been denoted as a Johnny-come-lately, but even if you're the God that they say you are, you accept Johnny-come-latelys. I mean, you know, the God that I've read about, Lummy, in the Bible, as you're probably the most well-versed on the Bible, is the fact that, God, he doesn't mind Johnny-come-lately as long as you, accept him as your savior or something, something like that.
Yes. So,
if you hi, dear God, listen, not for me. Listen, this is how cool I'm being, God. Not for me. This isn't not for me. Dear God, I'm not praying for me. I'm good right now. But you can bet when I need something, I'm gonna. Well, I really haven't spoke to you a lot. Even at my lowest point, I never spoke to you very much. Maybe that's why I continue.
This is God. Get to your prayer.
Okay, sorry.
Jesus.
I got a long line, buddy.
God's bringing Jesus in here to help me. Hey, Jesus, can you help me out through this guy? Guy's long-winded. Must be on the radio. Dear God, I'm a Johnny-come-lately. I've not worshipped you and like I should, or like some people do. But I just kind of roll around, kind of agnostic Willie, thinking maybe there's something, maybe there's not. But my good friend Brad Arnold from the Three Doors Down band, he really, if you could pull a miracle out of your God ass right now, this would be so. I mean.
I will take a soul for a soul. Are you willing to die for your best buddy, Brad? You couldn't remember his last name, Arnold?
Listen, keep me out of it, God. I'm just here trying to, reiterate that my friend Brad Arnold, who believes in you very much so, and he's really, really put all of his chips in. I think he's been a Christian all of his life. I think he's the kind of dude that says, I believe that Jesus Christ died for my sins. I think. Yes. Isn't that what you're supposed to say?
Yes.
Yeah, I think Brad definitely has said that. Yeah.
Your son died for my sins. My son, whatever.
My son didn't die, but he considers me dead. Like he hates me. So, I died for my son too. It's just that my son's still alive, and so am I. But he just hates me for various reasons. So. Listen, God, back to what I was talking about. Brad Arnold from Three Doors Down really needs your every ounce of everything, every trick in the book that you got, God. You need to bestow upon the great Brad Arnold. Again, that should show you, God, how cool I am. Is I'm not even praying for myself. I'm praying for somebody else. So please.
If you take away his cancer, I'll give you an autographed guitar.
Now, if you take away his cancer. I'll maybe start, doing maybe like a daily prayer for you or something like that. We could open up the show. Hey, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge show. We want to say thank you to God for helping Brad from Three Doors Down out. Amen.
Amen.
See, that wouldn't be awkward. Show starts. Bubba the Love Sponge show. I'll be like, hey, it's Bubba, and we're live from Tampa, Florida, and just wanted to start the show off by saying thank you to God. It looks like he healed Brad Arnold, from the lead singer from Three Doors Down, when we prayed to him on Thursday, May 8th. And that's a pretty cool situation. So, you know what? Let me thank you to God.
Thank you, God. Amen.
Hallelujah. Amen.
I cured his cancer, and what did he do for me? Nothing.
I didn't ask for I didn't ask for anything.
Not yet.
Scout and Big Gulp. Be safe, ladies. $50 in the PayPal.
Love you, ladies. Stay safe out there. Oh, my God. Bubba's dying back there.
Dear God, maybe next year for the Radio Hall of Fame gimmick, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like,
thought it didn't matter to you.
After you take care of Brad and get him feeling better, then, you know, like I kind of got screwed over this year on the Radio Hall of Fame. I got screwed. They say I'm blackballed because I was some part of some kind of cheating scandal. Which, you know what, God? If there's one person that knows the real truth to all that and how I kind of got railroaded on that deal, too.
And it's Tom Bean.
It's you. And you know what? Speaking of Tom Bean, I think he believes in you. So that, see, I got all my bases covered with you. All the people that I hang out with, you know, really, really think you're cool. And I think you're cool, too. And, you know, maybe half of my problem, God, is that I don't do this enough. I don't pray to you enough publicly on the air. Maybe I need to incorporate. I mean, instead of the unsigned band review, maybe
you want to read a Bible verse or something?
I don't know, but you know, I'm up for anything to make my life and Brad's life better. Thank you.
You want me to get an unsigned preacher?
Unsigned preacher review?
Yeah. See if they can say
like a preacher that doesn't have a church.
Yeah.
Like a guy's like, man, I know I'm good enough to be a preacher in one of those mega churches, but I ain't got a place that'll hire me.
That's right. And see if they can save you.
Hey, man, there's something there with regards to finding a man or woman who thinks that they could be an actual head of a spiritual church or something like that. But, you know, like Brian, there's only so many churches, and I think those jobs...
Only so many churches? No, what are you talking about?
No, hold on. There's only so many churches that the head pastor of these big churches, that's a very coveted job.
If you weren't in radio, Bubba, you absolutely would have started a church somewhere.
Oh, the Bubba Army is a church. It's just a cult.
I know.
It's a cult.
Yeah.
So it's like
Bubba
Scientology.
Koresh up there.
Yeah, Bubba Koresh. Bubba Zenu. Let's get back to poor Brad. So sorry. We've gotten off the beaten path. And I think we've officially beat our record as we're approaching 24,000 right now on Rumble.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Don't forget Don't forget Rumblers. Everything else, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Facebook, whether it's X, is all at the Bubba Army. Go across the platform for us if you could, please. Thank you.
For me to maybe go listen to Not My Time a little bit, right? Thank you guys so much. God loves you. We love you. See you.
Wow.
That's heavy, man.
Hopefully he's uplifted by the amount of people, you know, in his profession or have shared, you know, a similar story and have overcome it. We'll reach out to him and, you know, lift him up a little bit.
I hope so.
You know what I wish, though? Here's my wish. That rather than waiting until he passes, if that does in fact happen, why wouldn't all these great 90s and 2000 rock bands get together and do a tribute concert to him while he's still here to enjoy it? You know, and get up there and have the Creeds and the Foo Fighters and of the world, you know, do their songs for Brad, you know, their take on it.
But I think because he doesn't need it, he's not in financial.
No, not for like a fundraiser, just to commemorate and a tribute. Yeah, to honor him.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't think people want to be tributed while they're still alive.
That's why would they want it when they're dead and can't be here to see it? Who are you
it's
doing?
kind of a reminder that you're going to die.
Yeah, because it's kind
he
of.
He knows he's going to go.
I know, but you don't want a concert about you going.
Why wouldn't you? Would you? Okay, let's go around the room. Would you want that, Seth?
I would.
Would you rather them do it after you're dead or while you're still here?
I would most likely like to be honored when I'm alive.
Yeah. Like, Bubba, would you like us to honor you with a Bubba Clem?
It's kind of like my Hall of Fame conundrums. Whereas, you know what? They'll put me in the Radio Hall of Fame once I'm dead, but they won't put me in
posthumously
when I'm alive and can enjoy it.
That's right.
So I don't know if that's the same correlation to what Brad Arnold, lead singer from Three Doors Down's going through or not. But, you know, I don't know, man. But maybe all the money that they gather go to cancer research, not to Brad, but to cancer, some type of cancer situation. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even about the money. It's about honoring him, you know?
Yeah.
And supporting him. I mean, to me, that would be uplifting. You know, to have everybody go, all these people that I've known throughout my career and in some cases maybe idolized to come together.
Yeah, but hold on now. What if God steps in and heals them? And then everybody's like, oh, my God, we did the tribute deal, and now he's healed.
So great. Maybe that helped. What do you lose?
If God is a headliner.
Why does God keep coming into this?
Because he believes, because the only person that can fix Brad's situation is God.
You really think that?
That's what Brad thinks.
That's what he thinks.
Okay.
We just watched it.
You going to kill his faith?
No. I mean, there's been called Faith No More.
What is it called? Kill the Faith Tour? Kill Brad's Faith Tour?
What is it?
Kill Brad's Faith Tour?
Is it? What is it?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I'm singing a Faith No More song.
Oh, Jesus. My God. He is such a handful, is he not?
Sometimes he's on a different plane than the rest of us.
Yeah. You got to dummy it down to be with us, Brian, for real. So anyway, you know, I think everybody is kind of up to speed on the Dave Portnoy. He owns a nightclub in Philadelphia. He has this kid. What's his name? His name's
Mo Khan.
But his real name is Adnan. Adnan Khan. And so Adnan Khan supposedly was going to this nightclub in Philadelphia that's owned by David Portnoy, the inventor. And
I don't think he was there. I think he just reposted the video, right? The Mo Khan guy.
I thought he was there, but he said he didn't order the sign.
What is the story with this Mo Khan kid?
Well, so he supposedly is at this nightclub in Philadelphia that's owned by David Portnoy, the head of Barstool, inventor of Barstool, sold Barstool for a ton of money, got it back. Now is back on running things. David Portnoy happens to be Jewish, and so when you are at a nightclub and you got your VIP table and you order either somebody's birthday or you're celebrating something and you order bottle service, you can call ahead and arrange so that you got a particular, high profile table that's roped off with stanchions, and you're going to order X amount of bottles. And when they bring the bottles out, first, second, third, fourth round, they have this little marquee, this little sign that they hold up as to, the message that you're trying to portray. Usually it's happy birthday, or it's a bachelorette situation, or it's, whatever. Go Eagles, whatever you happen to be celebrating.
Number one in the ratings.
Whatever. And so this guy, supposedly, Adnan Khan, supposedly was there and ordered this sign. And so as they walk out with the bottle service and the sparklers and this marquee held high above their head so that everybody could read it, it said, F the Jews, as in F-U-C, F the Jews. Well, it ended up being an absolute crap storm. Who in the hell would do that? Come on. And so Portnoy goes absolutely off the chain, fires the people at his club that either approved or put the sign together, or just anybody that had anything to do with the sign, take the ordering of the sign, the letter placement of the sign, the whole 9 yards, fires them, then contacts the people, the customers that had said sign. Well, this Adnan Khan guy happened to be one of the gentlemen that Dave Portnoy tracked down as to the consumer of said bottle service. And Portnoy called them right on the spot, right then. And supposedly Dave Portnoy reports back that that the Khan kid and his friends were crying, and they said it was a joke, and they're sorry, and there's just been a crap storm since. Khan it agrees. Portnoy reports that Khan agrees that he'll fly to Poland and go to the Auschwitz Museum to better understand what the 5 to 6 million Jews went through while Hitler did what he did, and so that's what it was. Well, this Khan guy, because it was just totally reprehensible what he did, has now lawyered up and has changed his tune. He's now trying to turn it all around on Dave Portnoy, saying that Dave Portnoy is exploiting him, ruining his life, causing him to have to be, suspended from school, yada, 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 yada. Lummy, we're running a little bit late. I'm going to go to commercials, but I'll be back in 5 minutes and 20 seconds for all you rumblers. Stick tight. This gets very interesting. It really does, because Portnoy has a spin on what this guy's trying to do. And this dude, let me just give you a little bit of a taste. He released a video, I think at possibly his lawyer's discretion.
Well, he went on the Stu Peters show.
Who's a Holocaust denier.
Yeah, who's a white supremacist, Semite. Yeah.
This guy's a white supremacist, anti-Semite.
Seminate.
Anti.
I'm against getting people pregnant.
And a Holocaust denier. This guy is a Jew hater. No matter what he says, no matter his side of the story, his history. Take this F the Jews marquee situation out of it. This guy has a record of being an anti-Semite. That's just the facts. And it's funny to watch him scramble around. I think his 3-minute and 34-second video did him way more damage and makes people hate him even more than had he just sit down, shut up, take his lumps, go to Poland, and learn.
And I was in an establishment in Philadelphia where an incident occurred, and Dave Portnoy sensationalized it to his 9.2 million followers on Instagram.
I don't think he sensationalized it. I think he reported what happened.
It wasn't even Dave that, he didn't start it. He got contacted. Somebody posted it and tagged him in the post, and they're like, what are you going to do about it? And he handled it.
And being the head of Barstool Sports, being Jewish, and owning the nightclub, I think he has standing to jump in and be proactive on this particular situation. It's his nightclub that did this. So, and again, he was tagged on it, jumped in, and now this guy is Johnny Boo-Hoo. We're going to break all that down next.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
It's gross. Very gross. Chickadee China, the Chinese chicken. You have a drumstick and your brain stops ticking. Watching X-Files and no lights on with Alameda songs. I hope the Smoking Man's in this one. Kill switch, engage.
Thank you.
I just think I just pulled out on that when he was talking about the Killer Twitter record. Which one did I say? It is. What? It is their song. No, it is it. That's a Faith No More. Faith No More, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, yeah. Just what you pulled out. Thanks. What's up, everybody? We're gonna have.
And by the way, this guy's raising money too.
Yeah. Of course. Why not? Reverse Zabidot, play the victim.
77 skills, 76
Good morning, Gilson. Good morning, everybody. Top celebration. Yeah, great products. And yeah, Bowman Day wasn't it yesterday or is it today? Dialed back day. I'm a little tired, Xerxes. Two bad nights of sleep in a row.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why. I was up like every hour last night.
Thank you, Scout and Big Goal. Thank you.
I just could not get a good night's sleep. But I'll be back with a vengeance next week. Don't worry about it.
I hope so.
Body's a wonderland.
I got some strawberries and some grapes.
Got any grapes?
Grouper Lips, how are you?
What's up, SoCal FTE
What's your favorite Paul Anka song, Bubba? Having My Baby. Puppy Love.
Morning, Bulldog Tommy.
Put your head on my shoulder, ooh, whisper in my ear, tell me things you want to hear, love me.
Well, not that song, I can tell you that.
Hi, everybody.
No, put your head on my shoulder, isn't it? Seth, what's your favorite 50s or 60s song?
I don't know any.
Nights in White Satin?
Gene Autry.
Nights in White Satin.
Never
row your boat.
And I love you.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Yes, I love you. Oh, I love you. It's a good song.
I said the singing guy is really bad.
Jerry Lewis?
Jerry Lee Lewis.
It's tough these people don't know how to control volume button.
He fucked his cousin, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
There's a movie about it.
Yeah.
I think she was the second cousin, right?
Wow.
They're from Kentucky, Mississippi, Tennessee. You know well, so did pretty well on that.
Long, long time ago, I could still remember.
Who's from Elvis' line?
American Pie.
Used to make
Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. The good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, saying,
This will be the day that I die. This will be the day
Who
that
sings
I
it?
die.
"Who sings it?
What?
Who sings it?"
Don
Don McLean.
McLean, yeah.
Don McLean.
Yep.
I think I got you.
You did. You got it before I could.
I mean, we're at 26,000.
Yep.
Did we ever hit 27?
No, and we're losing them rapidly. You got to start eating again, Bubba. People are tuning out now that you put down the ball.
No, we got taken off the front. So it's really going to start dropping.
We've been off that since 7.
No, they put us back on the big one earlier. A few minutes ago, they put us back on the big one.
They rotate it. That's good. Spread the wealth, man.
No, we don't want the wealth spread. We want it all on us.
A bird, bird, bird. The bird is a word. You like surfing bird, Bubba?
I've heard it.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
About an hour away from the weekly Twink Martindale game that we play, hosted by Brian Matroni, better known as his alter ego as Twink Martindale. You're watching. Did you see me post that up, Lummy?
Yeah, that was badass.
Please, bitch.
Legend.
And then 9:20, we'll bring in Taylor Roberts via Zoom. He's representing the band Riding with Killers. They're a rock band out of Detroit, and it'll be our fourth band in our unsigned band review. And we'll get the guy on, we'll listen to his music, and we'll tell him what we think about it. You should love it. If you live in the Tampa area, or actually anywhere in Florida, pretty much. Hell, Lummy, I mean, Steps Towing's the official towing company of NASCAR. So, I mean, I don't know if that means they'll, basically are, nationwide, but I think pretty much just the Florida Metro. But they got everything. I mean, whether it's a flat tire, whether it's a lockout, dead battery, car wreck, car's in the ditch, maybe you've drank a little too. I don't think Steps condones this. Lummy?
Yes.
I think all Steps does is take car from A to B. But they don't judge, and they're not the law. But let's say you've been drinking a little too much. This is just, and listen, I mean, I hope Todd Steps not mad for me saying this, But let's say, Brian, you had one too many. And Brian, of course, you're responsible where you would hire, you and Seth or whatever would hire Uber. But, Lummy, there's that guy that'd be like, I'm good. You know how many most DUIs are probably from people that say, I'm good. I can get home. I just live 2 miles from here. Next thing you know, you put it in the ditch or you hit a sign or you do something. Well, if you're kind of on a desolate, maybe back roads, Lummy, and nobody saw it, you could call Steps up, 800-330-8651, and say, hey, I'm at, over here in Plant City at some back roads. I need my car flatbedded out of this ditch, and then they'll flatbed it out of the ditch for you.
Yep.
And if obviously Steps aren't calling the cops, but if the cops don't happen to make it out there and they flatbed your car, you can jump in the cab with the guy. They go and drop off your car.
It's a really weird commercial for Steps towing.
I'm just saying.
Really bizarre commercial.
What I'm saying though, Lummy,
don't throw up in the cab.
You're on a country road. You're drunk as a skunk. You're wrecked. Just call Steps.
Is it 8651 or 8657? I always
8651.
8651. I'm just saying, Brian, like you as an attorney, if that would happen to you, and I'm not saying that Steps would even want me to promote this.
No business would.
No, and I hope Todd's not mad at me. But if a guy would wreck his car and he calls Steps comes and picks it up, and they happen to take the car back to the guy's house, and he jumps out and goes inside. I mean, I don't know that unless you hit a sign and they can see noticeable damage on your car, you might be right. You might be okay.
How about this? Don't drive drunk. Call Steps before you're drunk and ask them to tow your vehicle home.
Did you know Steps, on New Year's Eve, they'll actually send a flat, if you're at a bar and you're too drunk, and a lot of people don't like leaving their car at the bar, for whatever reason. They'll come and pick you up, flatbed your car, put you in the cab, and drive you home. And you get your car, too. That's the way to go. I think that would be the message that Todd would want me to portray, don't you think?
Yes.
Hi. If you've been drinking too much, and you don't want to Uber home, and you don't want to, have your car in the parking lot, call Steps. They'll flatbed your car home with you in the cab, and they'll boom. It might be, $150 more than that Uber, but you got your car on location.
You don't have to worry about it getting towed.
800-330-8651.
A lot cheaper than that $10,000 DUI.
Exactly, because DUIs, aren't they 10 Gs?
I mean, all in, if you're hiring an attorney, getting your vehicle out of impound, missing time from work, the fees, the fines, the insurance increase. Whew.
Yeah. So, Adon, is it? How do you say the guy's name?
Adnan.
Thank you. Adnan Khan, a known white supremacist.
No, I don't know that.
No, he was on. He was on a show.
I don't.
He was on the show. What?
Stu Peters' show.
Yeah, Stu Peters is the known white supremacist Holocaust denier.
That's the show he decided to go on and put his message out.
Okay. So this guy, I'm gonna play his stuff first, and then Portnoy obviously saw his stuff and went completely gorilla-y. And so, of course, this guy now is lawyered up. He has a statement as to what happened that night, that fateful night when he got bottle service at Dave Portnoy's Philadelphia club that said "F the Jews." And what I've watched it in its entirety, and I want you to listen for a couple things. One, he stands really hard behind the First Amendment. Well, first of all, the First Amendment's alive and kicking. You can literally say anything you want.
The government is not interfering. First of all, the First Amendment only applies to the government interfering with your ability to speak. It has nothing to do with private businesses silencing you if they want to.
But here's the deal. You can say anything you want. Now, how the public and businesses and establishments that you're at and social media and just the world in general, how they perceive what you have the right to say, that's on you. Like, you have the right to say anything you want. You don't have the right for the masses to disagree with you and come out swinging. One. 2, he denies having anything to do with this, but he brings up 1, First Amendment issues, and 2, it's jokes. It was a joke.
Dad Horner, $10.
If it's a joke and you're trying to be adamantly stand behind this particular message with the First Amendment, then I think you might have had something to do with it. I think you're kind of being hypocritical or talking in circles if you're like, okay, first of all, I had nothing to do with it, but it was a joke. And anybody ever heard anything called the First Amendment? Why would you even come up with those?
And then you go on a white supremacist Holocaust denier show. So was it a joke?
Yeah.
And then you badmouth them on the Jewish people on there.
And so and then you're starting a GoFundMe account because you've lost it all.
Lost what? He hasn't lost anything. He got kicked out of school. I think that's it.
Raising funds for necessary reasons. I'd appreciate any support in any form, including repost or likes. I appreciate everybody's support, morale, and then financial.
He hasn't been kicked out of school. He's just suspended.
Suspended.
Yeah.
I mean, what?
Here's the guy. And it's labeled My Side of the Story. This is after he lawyered up, after he talked to Dave Portnoy the night before, and after he already admitted to Dave Portnoy that he was the guy that did it. And in talking to Dave Portnoy, said, I'll do anything to make you happy and to apologize to the Jewish community, including, and Dave Portnoy said, I think you and your friends or whoever were part of this message need to fly over to Poland and go through the Auschwitz Museum and to really, really, really maybe better educate yourself on the struggles of Jewish people during the Hitler era. I think that would be something that you could do that would be good, which would be.
Over this past weekend, I was at an establishment in Philadelphia where an incident occurred, and Dave Portnoy sensationalized it to his 9.2 million followers on Instagram and X.
Now, hold on. Sensationalized it. He reported. First of all, he wasn't the original post. It was sent to him by several different people. Sensationalized, he just reposted what this person's action was.
Essentially turning it into a global news story. Although I had nothing to do with the sign coming out, nor do I know who did it, I know that the sign was provocative because it reminded people a lot of the unjust things that Israel is doing around the world.
Now hold on. If you're trying to have public perception on your side, you don't double down with blaming Israel for what's going on anywhere.
Thus leading me to report on it. Dave Portnoy and his friends can choose to be triggered over the sentiments of that sign and even kick me out of the establishment forever. However, they have no right to destroy my life over free speech and ultimately something that was an edgy joke.
Okay.
Edgy joke. What's the joke if he says that Jews are destroying the world? Where is the joke coming from?
Hold on. Followed by, not Jews are destroying the world, preceded by his F the Jews sign.
Well, but his buddies that he filmed and showed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Frankly, they're more worried about destroying and uprooting me than the thousands of people getting destroyed and uprooted in genocide. That sign had no effects in terms of killing any Jews.
What does Dave Portnoy have to do with? I just want the people to know there's a difference between Jewish people and the state of Israel. They're not the same thing.
Not at all. Not at all.
Israel kills thousands of people on a daily basis. Dave Portnoy and the greater Jewish community are acting as if they are the victims when this whole time I am the victim.
See, he's got some really bad advice.
Well, he's he's trying to get the support of the obviously the people who don't like the Jewish people.
Yeah, this is a classic grift. He knows where the money is going to come from to help him, and so he is going to and speaking what they want to hear. And so that's why he went on a white supremacist show, a Holocaust denier show, because who's going to donate money to this?
So he's not sorrowful or regretful of that sign at all. He, in the defense of what he did, he now has flipped the script script, and he's doubling down on the Jewish hate.
Well, he's trying to cash in. He's playing the victim card to try and cash in on Jewish hate. Yeah.
Are acting as if they are the victims when this whole time I am the victim. While Dave lies about me on the internet and viciously attacks me, tries to take me to take a trip as a result of not destroying me and my family, here's ways that...
By the way, him and his family are not Americans, but they are. They are. But they were not born here. They've become Americans. I love it how people weren't born here. They become Americans, and then they drape themselves in all of our First Amendments and all this type of stuff.
Well, I don't mind people that become Americans and celebrate being an American. I don't think that that's the problem with this guy or his family. I mean, the fact that they're immigrants is fine by me.
No, but I hate how he uses it. You've seen this. Have you seen this?
No.
Okay, you'll see.
I've actually been affected, and not just my feelings. I've gotten suspended from my university with threats of being expelled. I've lost a prestigious internship that I worked really hard to get. I've been doxxed. I've been receiving death threats via...
I'm sorry, but when you have a sign that says what your sign said, you post it on the internet, then you double down on the meaning of that sign. All bets are off as to how people are going to perceive that.
Well, I don't agree with people threatening somebody's life over this.
I know,
but
hold on.
Two wrongs don't make a right.
But I do agree with if his university does not align with that message, and if his internship does not appreciate that message, and you lose both of those, it's not their fault.
Yeah.
Social media, phone calls, even text messages of random kids dying, being left to die. My roommates had to evacuate our house. They weren't even involved, and they had to evacuate our premises due to someone leaking our address on the internet. Everyone has to remember, I'm just a 21-year-old college student. I'm not a public figure. Dave is twice my age, a multimillionaire, and well-connected to all these institutions that are very elite.
By the way, none of that matters. No, Dave's financial status, what he owns, who he's connected to. Dave's not the person that did it. It's like the guy's completely misconstruing the whole thing. It's just a complete flip job, is it not?
I mean, at this point, since it's a joke, I mean, why wouldn't you want to tell the world about the joke?
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like if I was trying to make people laugh, I would want to be on the biggest stage to do that.
And Portnoy didn't name this kid when he was agreeing to go into Auschwitz or whatever until he turned down, and then Portnoy called him out.
Asymmetric power dynamic is the exact reason I made statements to Dave earlier that night and before that don't accurately reflect the responsibility that I bear. I made those statements under duress. One of the things I said was literally 2 minutes after I received calls for a death threat. I love my parents. They worked really hard to gain the American citizenship the correct way and so that they could provide it to me.
Where are they originally from?
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, yeah. How bad is it for where they came from? And how good do they got it now? That's what I'm saying.
But his parents have nothing to do with it.
I love America. I love free speech. And I love Americans that want to protect their constitutional rights and safeguard all the rights that they should be assured to living in this beautiful country.
None of this is in play.
Yeah, there is no First Amendment violation that's happened here. He's not going to jail because of the sign.
And he had the right. He had the right and has the right to do all F the Jew signs he wants.
You have a freedom to say what you want. You don't have
the freedom of
to
the
avoid consequences.
repercussions that society may deem on you. But you can say F the Jew. You can write it right on your car. F the Jews. You can have it right on your lawn. F the Jews. Now, how the public perceives that, you don't have the right to determine that. You have the right to post it. But you don't have the right to determine. Your First Amendment right doesn't come with insurances of protection.
Dave has built a reputation, a career, and a business solely focused on the anti-cancel culture. Here, he's hypocritically lynching me, absolutely canceling me in any way possible. And
here's the thing. if you're Dave Portnoy and you just break it on down and you take away his influence on the internet and his following, he's Jewish and he owns the club. If you strip this down to the absolute foundation of what Dave Portnoy is, he's Jewish and he owns the club. And you have the right as the owner of an establishment to not allow that type of signage in your club. Period. Right? I mean, Brian, you have the right to say no to any case you want. If some guy would walk into your office for a consultation and his shirt would say, F the Jews, or I hate black people, or whatever, you might say, you know what, sir? I don't think I want to take your case.
Absolutely not.
So, as owning, and that you own the business, you have the right to say that. Dave Portnoy, take away his celebrity, take away his public figureness, take away his social media following, take away his power, take away his money, take away his financial status. He's a Jewish guy that owns the club that you decided that F the Jews marquee would be funny. He, as the owner, doesn't think it's funny. That's, in its simplest equation, what this is.
Ruining my life. Dave Portnoy owes me restitutions.
Hold on. What?
My life. Dave Portnoy owes me restitutions and an apology for everything that he has done.
Man, this guy, can you play this any more wrong?
No, he's playing it the best way he can, which is to try and fundraise from it. So, at this point, might as well double down and go all in on it.
Pause for me in these past few days. In an attempt to expose me, he exposed himself as almost a total fraud, going back on anything he stands for.
How is he a fraud?
Because he's a hypocrite, because he's canceling him, and he's supposed to be anti-cancel culture, blah, blah, blah.
Please, I'm imploring you. I'm asking you for help to pay for these attacks, to pay for any possible legal restitution, any relocation expenses, any educational expenses, and show the founders of cancel culture that they're...
This absolutely really pisses me off.
How much does he have on the GoFundMe?
I hope it was Give, Send, Go. I don't think GoFundMe let him
reign
have
of
it.
tyranny is over.
What a tool.
What a
Give, Send. It's right there on the... right there, Give, Send, Go.
Where's that at? Right here, buddy?
No, it's on the top of the story.
The one that I just clicked out of?
Yeah, it says Give, Send, Go.
Let me send it back to... Or
it's okay.
Or is this... or
it's right under the blue check mark under his name.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, I see it.
Oh, right here?
Yeah, there.
Okay.
Damn, 15K.
Jesus. What a grifter. Grifter's going to grift, man.
So, Portnoy says, this dude's a flat liar. I talked to him on the phone with his buddy. And by the way, Dave reposts what we just watched. So, Dave Portnoy says, this dude's a flat liar. I talked to him on the phone with his buddy, and they both owned up to it and actually cried about it. He then lawyered up.
Under duress, Bubba. He cried under duress.
Right. He then lawyered up and lawyered up after speaking with his family. His name got out because he's a moron and uploaded F the Jews sign to his Instagram before I even knew about it. So they're saying, Seth, that this guy loaded that marquee. That whole incident was posted on this guy's Instagram for a while until he obviously pulled it down. But that's where everybody got it. It originated on this guy's Instagram.
Yeah, he's the one that he supposedly did not order the sign, but he posted the post with the sign, and he was a part of the group that was there.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, buddy, you did it.
It's just a joke. But the Jews are terrible.
And Dave Portnoy.
I mean, what is he saying?
And Dave Portnoy's right. Your name got out because you posted it on your Instagram, which is under your real name. Doesn't take, a rocket. Me and Lummy can figure that out.
That's right.
He already went viral without me. He spreads hate and uses the conflict in the Middle East as excuses, as his excuse. And did it in a bar with my company's name on it. Now he's trying to profit from it. I'm sure he'll make money because there's a lot of anti-Semitism in the world. Regardless, this is the latest surprising. I'm sorry. Regardless, this is at least surprising.
The least surprising thing ever.
Ever, yes. He is the definition of a coward. Zero accountability for his actions. I don't care what religion you are or even how you feel about the Middle East. This was an act of pure hate, and this should disgust you. It does. It does. And I think most people, are offended by this, whether you're Jewish or not. I'm offended by his message of who he's trying to blame. I mean, Brian, would he be in better? Would he have done better had he said, "Listen, my name is whatever the hell it is, and I made a terrible mistake. I filmed a very, very, very wrong and hateful message and posted it on my Instagram. I could not be any more sorry, and I do not feel that way." And not get into all the long-windedness about what's Israel killing thousands of people a day and all this kind of deal. If he'd just taken a straight babyface approach.
No, because he's turned it into a grift. I mean, that's why. If he just kept his mouth shut, Dave wouldn't be on him still. If he had just not, doubled down. But he's decided that he's going to make it a grift, and he's going to try and get money and sympathy for it. Everybody's a victim. Everybody's a victim. Victim of their own actions.
This just in, officials are refusing to allow the masked pro-Hamas liberals who invaded Columbia University Library to leave without providing identification. So, Lummy, you're saying that they got in, but now they're saying you can't get out unless you provide identification, and probably they're looking for whether you're a student or not, right?
Well, I mean, they're trespassing, so you have to be able to issue trespass warrants. So at that point, you can ID because they are suspected of having committed a crime.
Right, and they are in your establishment, and they are trespassing.
Yep.
And do half of these idiots even know what they're doing?
I mean, I think they know kind of what they stand for. I think they're misguided in their beliefs and in their positions, but I think they know what they're standing for.
Columbia's like, man, we're not going to get defunded like Harvard. We're going to go proactive. Sure, come on in the library with your stupid signs and your protest and your flags on your scarves on your head and make a fool out of yourself, but we're going to ID every one of you so we can trespass you.
Is this to get in one last memory with your friends before summer vacation?
Yeah, no kidding.
You think it's like...
It was just a yearbook signing party.
See,
they started freaking out.
And here's the deal, Brian. Like, talk about brilliance on Columbia University. Yeah, let them get in there all you want. Now we're going to put our security up there, and you can't get it. Almost like they're caged rats, right?
Yes.
Like you're caged rats. You can come in here and protest all you want and act a fool, but we're going to ID you on the way out.
And 70 of them got arrested.
7 of them got arrested?
70.
70?
It says more than 70
Perfect.
arrested.
And so that'll send a message to numbnuts like this that want to do, the next time somebody goes, hey, you want to go over to the library and do a River to the Sea, anti-Jew, pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas gimmick? I heard there's a bunch of people over there putting these Palestinian, scarves on their head and really raising hell. You want to do it? No, My buddy got arrested for it.
I didn't think the Texas Hangmen were into that.
That looks like the Texas Hangmen. Yeah, so, kudos to Columbia University because this is a huge deterrent. The guy next, like Lemmy, you and I, we're not going to this thing.
Heck no.
Because you know what? Our buddy just got arrested.
I'm staying home.
You know what? I'll protest quietly in this little corner that's been designated protest zone.
Yep.
That's what I'll do. I'm not going to go into the university and disrupt anything in the library because 70 people got arrested. And they're like little caged rats. It's not a wonder they didn't throw a chair through one of the windows and try to get out.
Clean shot.
Huh?
Clean shot if that's the case.
If I'm in there, Lummy, and I'm pulling that rag off my head. I'm completely taking all the whatever type of protesting garb I have on off. And I'm just like, hey, I was in the library trying to check out a book.
Yeah, I didn't know what was going on.
I don't even know what the hell's going on around here. Like what? I mean, I'm Jewish. You know, these people don't represent me. That's how stupid they are. That's all you had to do. If you wanted to get out of this, all you got to do is like, listen, I'm just checking out a book.
I don't know if it's that easy, but.
Now, see, this is them, the cops, they all let him walk in. You want to walk in with your free Palestine gimmick? No problem. Walk on in. Here. Library's open. Then they got them all in there, and then they gave him the good news. I think this is brilliant. I think it's brilliant. I love it.
They were freaking out.
Speaking of anti-Semitism, what's this with Kanye West losing it and storming off Piers Morgan?
Oh.
He's got a new song out today called Heil Hitler.
Oh, that's
Oh, he does?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
I mean, it's, yeah.
Yeah, how about we get to that next?
Oh, sure.
So Kanye's new song that comes out today is called Heil Hitler.
Yeah, it's out. It's a banger.
Do you
People are
have
going
it?
Crazy. Do I have it?
Yeah, I
mean the internet
Well,
has
you
it.
heard his other song, right, Bubba? About giving.
Yeah, I want to suck my cousin's wiener.
Well, I think we were going to play it on the hot mic.
It's going to be one hell of an album he's putting out.
Lummy, you know what? Can we find that song?
Yeah, I thought we were going to play it on the hot mic for it.
Somebody needs to send it to me really fast because I cannot play it I cannot play it when we're live on, when we're live with the terrestrial, but I can play it to everybody that's watching us on Rumble and X and Facebook and YouTube and Bubba Army HQ. And either you're listening to us, if you're streaming us or watching us in any capacity, I could play it. I just can't play it on the three radio affiliates I have. So somebody find it for
So,
me.
do you know how long it is, the song?
Yeah,
it's like 2 minutes, he said.
Yeah, it's 2.5 minutes.
Okay.
I emailed it.
Oh, okay, because I thought I found it too. Okay.
I'll put it in.
I hope it doesn't have a good beat. I don't want to like it.
I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play it next, and then we'll get into the Kanye walking off of Piers Morgan show. We'll play that next, but we'll play. I'm going into words on me, but we're gonna play the new Kanye West single that dropped today called "Hi Hitler." Hi, is it Heil? Is it Hi or Heil?
It's Heil. Hi Hitler is just what you would say if you were passing in the halls.
Here's a problem. Here's a problem. If Hitler would have been Hi Hitler instead of Heil Hitler, he probably would have been a lot more chill and done a lot less bad
Heil
things.
just means hail.
I know that.
Yeah.
But I thought it was Hi Hitler. So if Hitler would have been high.
Oh, you mean like if he did weed?
Yeah, if Hitler would have been high on weed, he would have been like, man, we don't need to kill all those Jews. Let's just get them to leave, man.
Adolf and Ava up in smoke.
Yeah. If Adolf and Ava were doing bong rippers, he would have been way less uptight, right? How many Jews would have been, how many lives would have been saved if Hitler would, instead of taking methamphetamine, because that's what he was on.
Yeah, he was on a lot of
meth.
meth.
He was on methamphetamine. They gave him shots of methamphetamine every day. If they gave Hitler weed instead of meth, I mean, everybody knows that weed just makes you cool and calm.
Is this going to be a network show or Netflix?
What do you
Hi
mean?
Hitler.
Hi Hitler.
And it's like Teen Just.
Anyway, do you have the song?
Y'all message, I think, sent it too. So
I am to too.
All right, cool. So I'm going to play it. Let me go into words. I'm going to play it across all the streaming platforms, and then we'll come back with the story of Kanye walking off the Piers Morgan show last night.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I sucked my cousin. I wore that vinyl out already.
Hold on.
On your rental?
I gave my cousin head.
Need to do any particular provisions. Macho, knock on the window if you're good.
Who's there? I don't think he's listening.
I mean, I'm gonna make sure that we don't fuck it up. Is he ready for the song?
No, he's doing something right now. He's trying to get it ready.
There is a blizzard today, Cash. Maybe shorter than usual, but
Good.
I'm good?
tired.
Good.
Let me make sure I get the steps here, check.
I got it. There we go.
Ready?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Seth, help me. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the new single released today called Heil Hitler from Seth Kanye West.
Yes, sir. Casey Kasem. Coming at you.
Coming at you as a brand new single that hasn't been released. Getting exclusive play on Casey Kasem. It's Heil Hitler.
Top 40. It's Kanye
by
West.
Kanye West.
Heil Hitler.
Disgusting.
Like,
he's just trash. First of all,
and here's the deal. You know what you're doing, motherfucker? You're using Hitler as an excuse as to why you're not getting your fucking kids.
First of all, what a little bitch victim Kanye is. What a little fucking hoe. What a little fucking hoe. He's crying about everything and blaming the Jews.
Right,
you
exactly.
Fucking little bitch.
Hitler had nothing to do with you losing your fucking kids.
You're a piece of shit. That's the problem. You
Right.
suffered traumatic brain injury in that car accident, and now you're fucking gone, man. You're fucking gone.
And now he's on this fucking this Nazi Hitler fucking, you know.
I mean, then to have the Hitler audio in there at the end, like you can't even say, like there's just not that he could have spun that anyway, or would want to, but fuck him.
It's a piece of
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Tampa, Florida. Me, Seth Kushner, Brian Matroni, Lummy, Macho Man for the engineer. And we listened to the latest single from Kanye West called Heil Hitler. And to me, it seems like, and I'm sure that I think most, I'm not even really that smart of a person, but to me it sounds like he's just conveniently using Jewish people and Hitler almost like together to make excuses for all the things that he's done wrong. And most recently, what seems to be irritating him the most is that Kim Kardashian is now gotten some type of court order or is not allowing him to see his children because they've proven that he's absolutely a nutcase. And so he just conveniently, if you noticed, really the only message, it's only 2 minutes, his new song that I'm sure Seth, could you get, will Apple or Spotify or places that release digitally new music, will they even allow that?
No.
Yeah. So where would you even get it? Where did you get it?
Twitter.
Okay, Twitter. So really, he's not going to have good distribution with regards to all the places that, legitimate bands or artists can distribute their music digitally.
There's nothing legitimate about what he just did.
No, what I'm saying is he's not even going to legitimately have any legitimate sources to legitimately release his crappy song. And to me, it seems like he's blaming everybody for he's blaming the Jews and praising Hitler. And then at the end of the song, I invite you to go to X and try to find it because it's just so ridiculous. It's not an ounce of talent, and listen. You can like him or not, but all of Kanye's old stuff before he absolutely jumped the shark. He's one of the most brilliant rappers ever.
The song should be called "I'm a Little Snowflake Victim Bitch."
Right. I'm a woke-ass snowflake.
No, not woke. There's nothing woke about his position.
I'm a little snowflaking bitch who wants to blame wants to praise Hitler, blame the Jews as to why. And the number one message in this stupid little 2-minute song is not being able to see his kids. You know what? Go back and reflect on the last 10 stupid public things that you've done in life, and that's why you haven't been able to see your kids. And I don't necessarily blame Kim Kardashian on not wanting my children that I share with this nut job to be with him alone.
Who's crazier, him or Antonio Brown?
I think Antonio Brown
is crazier than Kanye.
Yeah. I do.
Yeah, Antonio Brown's CTE. We still don't know if it's because Kanye sucked off his cousin or if it's because of other, trauma in his life.
And also, Seth, let's not confuse. That was his last single.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Cousin.
I was wondering how he's going to follow up that banger.
Yeah, I don't know how many songs are going to be on the EP, but so far I gave Oral to My Cousin and Heil Hitler.
I mean, if Kanye ever played football, even in college, I think we could easily point to CTE, and now it's bipolar. It's who knows what it is. People are trying to guess.
And hasn't he most recently his wife left him?
I think they're back.
I think they got back together.
Okay,
too,
the one that he would make go out and wear
I don't know that he forced her to do that.
A complete nude suit. Like she would wear a nude suit. So this is Kanye last night on Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan asks tough questions, but he's on. I think he's on. Is he on network television or is he only stream, Lummy?
I thought he was on, was it Newsmax? Or
Okay.
I'll find out which
somewhere
one.
in the UK, right?
Yeah, he's definitely in the UK.
So I don't think that any of his questions would be like, I think they would all be inbounds within the terrestrial world of newscasting. He's not. It's just that Kanye's so checked out and so narcissistic. And
He's on Fox Nation.
Oh, there you go. Which even further insulates him in the fact that he really can't get into the deep and down and dirty stuff. He still kind of has to keep it above the crust a little bit. Here's Kanye last night on Piers Morgan.
I watch what you put out on X. You got 32 million followers, so you're one of the most followed people.
See, wait. Now look right now. You're not gonna take inches off my dick, bro. Like, how many followers do I have?
Well, how many is it?
I think you could do the study. You got a whole staff over there.
I thought it was 32 million. How many is it? You obviously know.
Don't help them out. They.
I'm told it's 33 million now. So congratulations.
So congratulations.
So Kanye is just like, he doesn't even fight the right battles. Like, if Piers is off in how many people follow you, then just in a cool type.
Don't take inches off the D, Bubba.
Just say, Piers, I think you're off a few. I think
you're off a few inches.
I think you're off a few inches.
He was off 1 million. It's not like he was way off.
I know, but I'm saying, like, he just is such a dick.
He was 3% off.
Just wants to engage and not like even give a legitimate interview. I mean, like, can people even like this guy? I hate this guy. Can people even like this guy? Like, if you like this guy, are you just a self-hating prick? Because, I mean, like, you can't even do an interview with the guy and maybe be off a little bit. Maybe you're not. Then give me the right data. No, we're not giving you the right data.
We're not helping you out.
We're not helping you out. Okay, well, I'm like, he doesn't even know the battles to fight. He's got so much hate. I don't know. Does he have a drug problem?
I don't know anything about that.
He did a lot. He did a lot of nitrous. He's suing his dentist.
Congratulations. You're slightly bigger following than I thought.
No, congratulations. Your information is correct. You're not just some, dude trying to sub. I'm a gift, bro. You know what I mean? Why do all you people in media act like you haven't played my songs at your weddings or graduations or at funerals or when your child was born?
I'd be like, you're right, Kanye. Before you got all whacked out, I played the hell out of your stuff, and I still do. I love Gold Digger. I love all that stuff. But I can't co-sign with I sucked my cousin's penis and Heil Hitler. I don't think most of my audience, or the world for that matter, can really align themselves with the stuff that you're producing nowadays.
Good thing that wasn't his first album, though.
You take somebody that's living.
If I Sizz My Cousin that would probably have been my wife and I's first song that we danced to at our wedding.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you for the first time Mr. and Mrs. Brian Matroni.
I gave my cousin head.
And Brian has a confession through song.
And we're not doing the daddy dance or the dollar dance or the anything. We're doing Brian gave oral to his Pasco County cousin, who he doesn't even really know is his cousin because he's adopted. So it's hard telling who Brian gave oral to.
Well, it's Pasco County. That's kind of given that
That's
it's
true.
related.
That's true.
Moon Lake.
When your child was born, you take somebody that's living like a Lennon, a Michael Jackson, and you just take all this time to just like that nuance right there. It's idiotic. It just shows the hate that you put out for people that put love. There's so much love in the art that I put out.
I love that Piers let him go.
And I would say, Kanye, I respectfully ask you, how much love is in a song called Heil Hitler? How much love's in that song, sir?
It's a love for my kids.
It's a love for my kids, and it's a love for Hitler. Because Kim hasn't let me see my kids for 2 years. I hope you never get to see your kids just because for your poor kids. Who'd want this as their dad?
So much love in the art that I put out.
What are you talking about? I haven't said anything.
What are you talking about? It's dirty. Okay, now you're not taking accountability or responsibility.
You said it. You know, there virtually are some people that are literally impossible. Like, they're impossible.
Yep.
They're just impossible. You cannot interview them straight up. You can't appease them. You couldn't even interview them if they gave you a list of questions to ask. Like, some people are just impossible.
And if you have 33 million inches on your dick, you can afford to lose 1 million, by the way.
Taking accountability.
Let's refer that to penis. Penis.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's more medical that way. Penis.
Okay, now you're not taking accountability or responsibility.
Literally, you said it. You implied I haven't played your music. Of course I played your music.
No, sir. This is what you get for now. We can circle back when you can count.
Okay.
What a tool.
Who's the guy next to him?
Yeah, Sneeko.
Here's the problem. Until this guy loses it all, absolutely loses it all, he'll continue to be impossible.
Oh, he'll be even worse when he loses it all. You think he's just going to get better when he loses it all? He ain't you.
He lost a lot because of the quote-unquote Jews when he lost his Adidas deal, but somehow he was able to regain a lot of his wealth.
Well, here's the deal.
So,
here, in my opinion, Seth, I think that he'll always have that mailbox money, you know, his digital, because I think he owns all of his publishing and all of his.
He just was melting down because he wasn't a billionaire anymore.
Right,
but
right.
yeah, he's back.
I mean, you know, when I talked to Richard Marx, and he was in the studio years ago, he told me that he made $9 million a year mailbox music rights money.
That seems a bit high.
Well, here's the thing, Brian. What most people don't know, he has 4 #1 country hits that he wrote, that other artists performed, but he owns the publishing rights on them. So he has 4 #1 country songs that he gets. So I mean, he told. I mean, look,
Yes,
9 million. I mean, Jesse Dupree from Jackal's a pretty good friend of mine, and the last time I saw him, you know, and Jesse is nothing even compared to Richard Marx as far as volume, and Jesse makes like $1.1 million, $1.2 million a year on. I mean, think of every Fort Wayne, Indiana, you know, Grand Rapids, Michigan, all these rock stations around. You know, there's still, I don't know how many radio stations are around the country, the world, and you know the BMI money and the ASCAP money for just Jesse and Jackal, and they had what? I mean, maybe 2 hits. Maybe
about that. Maybe yeah.
He makes $1.1 million. Wow. So I mean, yeah. So I mean, you know.
I mean, you got to Richard Marx.
So think about Kanye. I mean, if Richard Marx, Kanye probably, honest to God, does $20 million a year. I mean, because Kanye, I mean, when he was on it, he had. I mean, he was a hit factory, was he not?
Yeah.
I think he's probably making more than $20 million.
Right. So he has that regardless of what he says about Jews, what he says about Hitler, which is always going to keep him funded enough to be able to, you know, have a big house and to, you know, act the way he, however he wants to act. He'll never go. I don't think that if you're making $20 million a year, you'll ever go broke. Right?
No, never.
I mean, Sam Simon. And Brian, you know that me and Sam were super close.
Yes.
Sam made $54 million a year on his residuals from The Simpsons and hadn't stepped on the Fox lot after year 4. Him and Matt Gearing disagreed on the direction or what they were doing with The Simpsons. Matt Gearing and Fox bought him out, and he made $54 million a year on his buyout. And didn't step on the Fox lot after year 4, ever.
Wait, he made $54 million a year off The Simpsons?
Off The Simpsons.
Oh, man.
Off the whatever percentage he cut. Because him and Gearing were 50-50. And for them to buy Sam out cost him 15, 20 points for all of perpetuity. including now that he's dead, his estate gets $54 million a year. He showed me
this. This is saying online, and obviously he showed you something, but he estimated he earned $10 million annually from the show.
Well,
he amassed a net worth of $100 million before his death in 2015.
Hold on, he might have made $10 million from the show, but he got merchandise. He got licensing from Universal. I mean,
it shows that he got $10 million for the show, but also $20 to $30 million on top of that annually for show royalties.
Thank you.
After leaving the show in 1993,
I was told again, Brian, $54 million. So what Lummy says adds up.
It's $30 to $40 million.
Yeah.
So I saw a copy. I didn't see the check because it had already been done. I saw a copy of $54 million check. And this was in 2008, 2009, after he'd been off the show for 15 years. The Diddy trial, white, black guys dominate day 2 of jury selection. But now, Brian, this is going to get interesting, but I really feel like we're going to get ripped off because it's federal and we're only going to get what they give us, and we're really not going to get good renderings and we're not going to get good audio. And it's just, I really feel this is probably one of the most salacious, trials of our lifetime, and we're going to get screwed.
I don't know that we're getting screwed. I mean, that's one way of looking at it. Federal courts have their rules.
I know,
man.
but don't you think that that's probably in the transparency and with our media advancement, and that's one of the most antiquated rules still left, that you can't have any type of recording instruments or photographs or in a federal courtroom. Like, isn't that you? I feel
think
like
part of it is. They have reasons for it, and there's pros and cons to it. I get what you're saying, and transparency, and it's a public trial, and the public has an interest. But it's not like people are barred from the courtroom and they're doing it behind closed doors with nobody knowing what's going on.
Now, but here's the deal: if you want to go down to Hillsborough County Court here today, and you're properly dressed, you can go sit in on any proceeding you'd like. If it's a court case that's being tried. Right? Am I right?
Yes.
You can. I mean, if there's capacity, and okay.
Can you walk out if the trial sucks, or if you walk in, you got to stay for the whole?
No, you can. If you quietly walk out, you can.
Okay.
Yeah. You can. Now, not 10 times.
Yeah, the judge will lose their patience.
Right. I mean, if you did it once for a bathroom break and quietly walked back in and took a seat quietly, they don't care.
Okay.
And then, but for federal, I don't know, Brian, are federal court proceedings open to the public?
I think there's a certain number of seats in the way they assign them, but yeah, there'll be reporters in there.
But you and I couldn't go.
I don't know that. I just think that they have very limited capacity, so who's getting in each day is determined on,
I will tell you, the one time I've been in federal court, it is intimidating. I mean, I'm Johnny State Court guy, used to the decor of state court, but man, have you been in a federal? Well, yes, have you been in a federal courtroom?
Me?
Yeah. Man, it's just like the movies where the judge is way in the back with the big ass columns and is it not? Is federal court not like it's portrayed in the movies?
Yeah, they have the lockers and security at the front, and you can't even bring anything in. They have lockers for you to rent.
Yeah, and then the courtroom in itself, big tall ceilings. Yep. Big marble, like it's pretty badass. Diddy's defense team and federal prosecutors are adding 16 more potential jurors to the pool, and one of them has strong feelings about the Casey beating video. 2 days after jury selection, and there are now a total of 35 people in the jury pool. Today's selections break down like this: 5 white guys, 4 black men, 3 black women, 2 white women, 1 Latino man, and 1 woman whose ethnicity isn't clear.
Doesn't quite sound like a jury of his true peers, but that's not the demographic makeup, but it is what it is.
Perhaps the most interesting selection among the group was a man who told the judge that he had seen hotel surveillance, the hotel surveillance video of Diddy attacking Cassie. He said Diddy looked angry, hostile, and entitled. The information was not enough for the judge to excuse him. Obviously, prosecutors would not and don't take issue with a juror who has those feelings, but the defense did not object either. I don't know, Brian, how you not strike that guy.
Because there may be other things about him that you like.
Oh, okay. So he might have other qualities like, whatever.
Yeah, his political leanings, whatever you've researched on him.
Pluto TV.
He may be good for us.
You mean what there Brian Matroni found while scouring while doxing the jurors?
Research isn't docs.
Well, I'm just saying.
It's not publicly releasing their address.
You're right. I'm gaslighting.
Jury selection continues
Keep
in
trying.
the Diddy case.
Sorry.
Just take 3.
I'm deeply researching.
Yeah, there you go.
Case, we have some fascinating stories to tell you about certain jurors who were booted and certain jurors who were put through. But
so there's 35 right now.
We got to start, ironically, with something that happened here at TMZ.
You went too far. Well, not you, but your co-host on the Two Angry Men podcast. He was called out. Mark Garagos called out by the prosecutors in Diddy's case because Mark was in court yesterday on day 1 of jury selection, and the prosecutors said they noticed that he was, the word they used was consulting, that Diddy's attorneys, he has 7 attorneys, actually added an 8th today.
Right.
8 attorneys.
But
there's come a point, Brian, where that's a bad look for the jury when, the feds have probably 4, maybe 5, and you're rolling in with 8, 9.
I think you reach a number where it really doesn't matter. If you've got more than 3 lawyers, it's a lot.
Yeah.
His attorneys were turning around in the gallery and...
Hold on. This is Diddy's defense team. Didn't you say that this? I forget. I think somebody said this.
Brian
this guy,
Steele is a badass.
Somebody said this guy's an absolute badass too.
Yeah.
This guy's a badass. This guy's a badass. And then I've not heard anything else.
Jason Driscoll looks like a AI generated character. Oh my goodness,
huge. With Garagos about jury selection, and the problem for that, what the prosecutors say is he can't do this because he's on a podcast where he is talking about this case every week.
So in other words,
they brought in Garagos to kind of like what we did, Brian, when you were our voir dire expert. They brought in Garagos to be their voir dire expert, and the judge or the prosecutor, whoever, is saying that can't be allowed because Garagos is on a TMZ podcast that talks about this trial.
Well, he's saying that he's publicly commenting about the trial, and they're not supposed to be doing that.
Okay.
So how can he be on the defense team and helping the defense if he's publicly commenting? It shouldn't be allowed. I tend to agree with him on that.
Words, there's
a rule though, you can't do both.
Well, what they're saying is they're saying that he
and Harvey Levins is an attorney, is he not?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is in some form or fashion part of the defense team. And if he's part of the defense team, there's a gag order that requires him not to make these statements. So they're saying that he's violated the rule, that he is part of the defense team. Now, I don't know
if he's going to say that he's part of the defense.
And I don't know if the judge is going to say whether he's part of the defense team or not, because I don't know what he was saying or whatever.
The prosecutors wrote a letter to the judge saying, you need to please remind Mr. Garagos of this rule.
Interesting, in the letter, they pointed out a particular thing Garagos said on the podcast. So the prosecution now, we know, it just came out today, that they have 5 lawyers on the team, all of whom are 6?
6.
Now, the ones I know of 5, all women. Is the 6th a woman?
Yes.
Okay, so 6 women.
That's the prosecution.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All
so,
white.
Brian, they're going to come in with, from a lady's perspective.
All white.
Correct. That's my understanding. I've only seen a couple of them, or know of a couple of them, but my understanding is you got a 6-pack of white women.
That's not coincidental.
It's very interesting to me. But when prosecutors try to get too cute, you referenced O.J. Simpson, sometimes it comes back and backfires.
Interesting. I think
six-pack.
They referenced exactly that in this letter to the judge.
Remember, the prosecutors are the ones who wrote the letter to the judge. I don't know if they.
All right, so enough of all that.
All right.
The judge did not like his comment, though, about the six-pack of women.
Of white women.
Yeah, white women. The U.S. District Judge said, Mark Garagos, blah, when you say things on a podcast like six-pack, all white, my understanding is you've got a six-pack of white women. That's not something you shouldn't, this is a quote, by the way, that no one should be saying as an officer of the court and a member of the bar, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's 100% correct.
Diddy's lawyers and prosecutors are making headway on putting together a jury pool, but it's slowing down because there are so many landmines that are getting people tossed. It would the second day of jury selection is proceeding in the Manhattan Federal Courthouse. While some people are making it through the next round, many have been excused for cause. Is this? I don't need to play that. Let me.
Bubba, I just got word Twink Martindale is here.
Oh,
he's in the green room.
He's in the green room.
He's in the green room and ready to start the game.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Should we hold up fingers, Brian?
Yeah, Brian. Let's just hold up fingers.
Okay, you can hold up fingers. Yeah, that's right. You could do that.
Just hold up fingers.
Low production value, but that's okay. I'm just joking. Where are you going, Seth?
I'm going to get my head right for the game.
Good. Blaze on that pen.
He's going to chase you down.
I do cocaine now.
You do cocaine?
Big time.
Woo. You're the calmest guy on coke I've ever seen. All right, how we doing?
Get ready for the.
Getting in my head, I'm gonna change character.
For the Belmont.
The Belmont. Oh, the Preakness, you mean?
Preakness, yeah.
That the winner is not even gonna run in.
I don't understand that.
Sometimes they have an injury.
I know, but they did it. They didn't announce it though, did they?
No, they announced it. He's not running.
I know, but did they announce it?
Oh, an injury? No, they didn't say why.
That's what I'm saying. They didn't.
I don't know that they said why. I should say, but I think if he was injured, they would have said it. But I don't know.
That's why it wasn't. It's kind of weird then.
Hold on, I'm gonna text you a picture from Lasker
Okay.
that I need you to IM me.
Oh, his thing he just had done?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Lasker just got Botox?
No, I think he got carpal tunnel.
He did.
Oh.
He sent it to me because he says we're hand buddies now.
Oh, so you got it?
Yeah, let me go to his text.
Here, I'll just send it to you.
Okay.
There it is.
Nah, cut that Bubba.
He said, I might not make it in, not feeling so good right now.
So they said Sovereignty still plans on running in the Belmont, and that was always the plan. They were going to always skip the Preakness. Well, you don't want to lose your horse.
Well, yeah, no shit. I mean, it's still weird.
Well, plus, not only this, but, like, he needs one more race of good for breeding purposes.
Yeah.
His breeding value is determined on his next outing, right?
Well, it's already up, but
no, it's way up. But I mean,
but it helps way more. Obviously, he wins.
They're saying the Preakness needs to be further back, and that's a good message. I mean, you start pulling, the Preakness starts not getting the Kentucky Derby winner, they will push it back a week.
Yeah, what's it? 2 weeks now?
It's 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. How long do horses typically wait to run again between big races?
That's a good question. Yeah.
Like I'm not a horse.
John from Naples, $20.
I know we got some jockeys and horse trainers here.
If you look at a lot
it's
of
usually like a month between races, right? They run like 7, 8.
If you look at the program, right? If you look at the program, they're usually 2 to 3 weeks. I'd say 3 weeks. They're practicing obviously between that, but I think it's like 2 or 3 weeks. If you look at like younger horses that are trying
How
to
long
make it,
do horses usually wait between races?
Rio John from Naples, $20.
But you got to remember too. They might run every 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because if you look at the program,
For claiming horses, but allowance and stake horses have gaps of 3 to 5 weeks, sometimes longer.
Yeah,
So push the Preakness back a week, and then this excuse goes away.
Yeah, because a lot of the claiming ones, it's them it's the younger horses.
Yeah, they're trying to build them up. Yeah, no, I get it. And the other thing is the Kentucky Derby is such a long race. I mean, that takes even longer to recover from than a typical race. So to turn around and run them on short notice, again, after running the longest race of their life, there's no other race longer than it. That is it.
Yeah.
So I get it. I mean, I'm good on the owners not wanting to risk their investment.
What's his name? Probably wanted to run the next week. Just give him some steroids.
Oh, Bob Baffert? Yeah. Seth's back, everybody.
Hey Seth, I got that black guy's name that stands next to him, so you know. His name's Charlie.
What?
The black guy that stands next to Harvey. Remember you were asking?
He thought you were talking about Sneeko.
I thought you were talking about Sneeko. I was like,
Charlie.
What does he do?
He was a journalist. Broadcast.
I'm sorry about my disappointing top, Mike Thurman, that you threw $1.99 at us. Jeez, you cheap bastard.
Now we're gonna have to skull fuck your monument back there.
Yeah.
$20.
I'm gonna bore out your eyeballs back, your eye sockets back there, and give it to you good. There's nothing you can do about it.
Oh shit, 15 cuz.
Your bust is
on my there.
Your bust is on my dick.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I don't know. Maybe your tread depth is getting dangerously low, and you actually know how to look at the wear bars, the tread wear bars on your tires. Maybe you got 30, 40, 50, about 35 to 40,000 miles on a set of tires, and you need to be getting new ones. And that was my case, Lomi. I actually got a bubble in one of my tires, and it felt like I threw a wheel weight. So I went to my buddy Terry from Preferred Automotive, and he starts giving me all these tire quotes, and it was the quotes were his cost. He wasn't making much money on them, but they were like these no-name tires I didn't really heard of. He's like, this one's a real good one. I'm like, well, I never heard of that. So I just reached out to my boy Stan Chen, Toyo Tires, Toyo Tires, TIRES, toyotires.com, which are some of the baddest ass tires. Not only do they make racing tires, but they make and their tire finder, or their vehicle search portal that they have on Toyo Tires is second to none. They can ship them right to your door. They're the best. I'm getting some badass. I think they're called the Proxies ST3s for my Ford F-150.
I drift race on the weekends, and I rely on Toyo for mine.
Do?
Yeah.
Yeah. You look like quite the Formula D, highest end drifting.
Yep.
Yeah. With a Toyo sponsorship.
Yeah.
Right.
My vehicle is called Loose Rear.
That's pretty cool. They do a trial on it too, 500-mile or 45-day trial.
Yeah, you for real. Toyo Tires, 500 miles or 45 days. If you don't like them, they're just not your jam.
That's pretty cool.
Send them back.
If you ain't drifting, you best be shifting. That's what I always say.
Toyotires.com, my boy Stan Chen. I cannot be any more thankful. Thank you, my friend. All right, Brian. So without further ado, do we have a wink?
Yeah.
Do we have a Wink Martindale? Do we have a Wink Martindale positioning statement? I don't know that we do.
An intro?
I don't know that we do. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to play the weekly game hosted by none other than
Twink
Martin.
Twink Fartindale.
Twink. No, let's not put, you're already a twink. Let's not put you a farter.
Well, thank you, Bubba. I love the respect you have for me.
More than you know.
You won't let me job myself out. Double job, just a single job.
More than you know, my friend.
Should we keep this low budget, Bubba? No intro, no props. We just go old fashioned, use our voices and hands.
Just use spit.
Well, good, because there's no
dry.
prizes today, so we're going super low budget.
Fantastic.
God.
All right, so let's just. You know what? I kind of agree, Seth, in the fact that let's go low budget on this deal and just have like
no reason to prop it up.
Yeah, no reason to make it better than it could be. Exactly.
Really
Today's game is
sound effects ready to go.
Celebrity 2 Truths, 1 Lie, brought to you by Mr. Chin at Toyo Tires. Take one on the chin from Mr. Chin.
Perfect. Better known as Stan.
Yeah,
Chin.
Stan.
That's where I get my rubbers. Only have one kid. Anyways, Twink Martindale here. Today's game, Celebrity 2 Truths, 1 Lie. The contestants will be charged with guessing which one is the lie.
Prize nothing.
The prize is TBD.
Oh. Prize is just pure gamesmanship of being able to say that I won.
Bragging rights, baby. That's what we
I think
play
you
for
have.
here.
I think I've won 2.
No, you've won 4.
I've won 4?
Yes.
Wow. Seth has won 1.
Yes.
And that's it.
And Lummy won one.
Oh.
Lummy won the very first game. Who knows their football team best? That was when I tailored the questions for each of you.
We got the 60s game show bet.
4-1. Yeah, I got the
match game?
Yeah, but this is probably all copyrighted too.
This is the royalty-free one, I
That
bet.
sounds royalty-free to me. Sounds
I'm
like
the closest that hip hop is
this
getting
is the
to
game,
God.
that one game.
Oh, that was the other game. Yeah, the Kanye.
I
Kanye
will
or
be
Chat
the leader-
GPT.
Okay, let's go.
All
I
right.
would drop a new album right now.
All right, here we go.
First one, Dennis Rodman.
Now, hold on. Are we all together at the same time?
Yeah, you're going to hold up your fingers.
All right,
1,
and-
2, or
and-
3.
Now, are you keeping score?
Yes.
Okay.
So pick out the lie. Number 1, he's good friends with Kim Jong-un. Number 2, he has 28 siblings. Number 3, he has 28 kids. Hold up your fingers high so I can see them.
Which ones are the lie?
Which one's the lie?
Oh, wait.
Up,
Wait,
up.
I'm sorry. What was the last one?
Number
He has
1,
28.
good 20. Number 2, good 28 siblings.
Okay.
Number 3, 28 kids.
What's the lie? Okay.
The lie? You all got it. I need to do a better job of lying. He does have 28 kids.
28 siblings.
No, he has 28 siblings, not 28 kids.
You don't even know
That's
how
a
to play
lot
the
of siblings, man.
Yes, that
Yeah,
is.
well, I mean, his dad and his mom were Papa.
That's more than a baseball active roster.
Papa was a Rolling Stone.
Well, there's a guy in Tampa, Papa Love. I think he has over 50.
All right, here we go.
Jesus.
Tied up at 1.
Number 2, Diddy. He, prior to becoming famous, he worked as a bathroom attendant at a strip club. Or number 2, worked as a doorman at a Marriott. Or number 3, was a Catholic altar boy.
Damn.
1, 2, or 3.
That's good.
Yeah.
We got 2 1s and a 2. So Bubba says he worked as a doorman as a Marriott is a lie. The lie is he worked as a bathroom attendant at a strip club. So Lummy and Seth with the point, jumping out to the early lead. But there's 7 questions in total. There's time to make up ground.
He would have been arrested 45 years ago if that first one was true.
You're right.
Well, now everything's starting to make sense that I know number 3 is true.
Here we go.
He was a Catholic altar boy.
Got to keep this moving along.
Okay, Tom Hanks. Number 1, he has an asteroid named after him. Number 2, he has diabetes. Number 3, his films have grossed over $200 billion worldwide.
Damn it to hell.
1, 2, or 3. Bubba's locking in with number 2. Seth with number 3. Lummy with number 2. So Seth's got it. His films have only grossed over $10 billion, not $200 billion. He does have type 2 diabetes.
Yes, he does.
And he has an asteroid named after him. So Seth
is
dominating right now.
And he's got a son named Chet.
Number 4,
Thanks.
Whoopi Goldberg.
Oh,
I hate her.
Whoopi Goldberg. Well, your hate for her doesn't change the fact that she's a celebrity.
She smokes Newports.
Got her name because she would regularly fart during her early comedy sets. Number 1. Number 2, was engaged to Eddie Murphy. Number 3, has a net worth of $30 million. Seth says 1, Bubba says 1, Lummy says 2, and the point goes to Lummy. She was never engaged to Eddie Murphy, but she did get her name because she would fart regularly on stage during her comedy sets.
Use a whoopee cushion.
They called her, whoopee cushion.
Oh,
there you go.
That's troubling.
So current standings, Seth 3, Lummy 3, Bubba 1. Bubba's struggling today.
Mm-hmm.
Sydney Sweeney. Very attractive young lady. Face is meh, but whatever. Number one.
God, dude.
Wait, Twink Martindale has opinions. Number one, her bra size is 34 double D.
Oh, yeah.
Number two, she worked in an auto body shop. Number three, she signed a new talent contract with Black.com before she became famous.
Is that true?
Which is a lie.
Put your
She worked
fingers
in an
up.
auto body shop, or she has a contract with Black.com.
Put your numbers up.
Was Black Raw?
Lovey says 3. Seth says 3, and Bubba said 2. That she didn't work in an auto body shop. She's actually very heavy into auto body repair and vehicle.
So who wins?
Seth and Lummy get the point. She did not have a new talent contract with Black.com. Interestingly, Sydney Sweeney, if you're interested in buying 2 T-Birds to restore, contact show@btls.com.
I don't think Bubba knows Sydney Sweeney, but I think he would be quite...
I'm best friends with her.
Yeah.
Let's move on, please.
Number 6, Bill Murray. Bill Murray. Number 1, he was arrested for trafficking drugs. Number 2, he turned down the role of Forrest Gump. Number 3, he was drafted out of high school by the Chicago Cubs. Which is the lie about Bill Murray?
Wow. That's strong.
Which is the lie?
Everybody put your fingers up.
Seth and Bubba say he got arrested for trafficking drugs is a lie. Lummy said he turned down the role of Forrest Gump is a lie. The lie is that he was drafted out of high school by the Chicago Cubs. He got busted with 9 pounds of weed through O'Hare Airport. Got 5 years of probation. And he did turn down the role of Forrest Gump, so Tom Hanks thanks him.
Continue on.
Last one.
Well, I'm out of
but you should still try, Bubba.
I will.
Elvis Presley. You say you know a lot about him, Bubba. Number 1, he was actually blonde. Number 2, had an affair with Liz Taylor. Number 3, never wrote a song in his life. Which is the lie?
Oh, man.
Come on,
We all say 3? He never wrote a song? The lie is he had an affair with Liz Taylor.
Jesus.
Not only did Elvis not write a song, he could not read music. Never wrote a single song. Always used somebody else's his entire career. Wow. We got to go with a tiebreaker here between Lummy and Seth for the win.
Oh, Brian's got to make this up on the spot.
Give me a second here. I've got to open up the tiebreaker envelope, and it's very tightly packed. I need you guys to guess what Charlie Sheen's current net worth is estimated at.
By the way, Lummy, Mike Thurman, $50.
Thank you, Mike Thurman.
Not too far off, Mike Thurman. No, I'm joking.
He wants us to play the new 4G Auto Blows on his song.
He said, yeah. Okay.
Write down your answer so there's no cheating here. What is Charlie Sheen's estimated net worth currently?
Oh, man, this has got to be...
Gonna write them down and show the camera.
What says Bubba's worth?
Well, just write it down, and then I'll take you at your word that you're telling the truth when I ask you.
Says
what
I'm
it
worth
is.
$5 million.
Oh, wait, sorry.
Says I'm worth $5
you're
million.
5, okay.
Which I could possibly.
All right, Seth, we'll go to you. What'd you write?
$15 million.
15 mil. Lummy?
$55 million.
He's currently worth about $3 million. Seth wins.
Seth wins.
Seth wins another one. He's on a goddamn winning streak.
Good job, Seth.
At his peak, his was $150 million.
I thought you were still getting residuals.
Don't know, man. They say $3 million.
And so congratulations to Seth. He's on a 2-game winning streak. It's 4 to Bubba, 2 to Seth, and 1 to Lummy with regards to Twink Martindale's games of wins, 4, 2, and 1. Wanted to share this little bit of road rage footage with you prior going to words.
Oh, is this the minivan one?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen this? Has anybody seen this?
I have.
Brian, have you seen this?
Road rage?
Yeah, watch this. Oh, man.
Watching.
I wonder what Brian can do with this case.
Oh, yeah. The motorcycle?
Yeah.
Freaking crazy. Attempted homicide, I think.
Whoa. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, motorcycle, a lot of people that drive motorcycles are kind of dicks. And maybe the car cut him off and the guy's kind of mad at him and stuff. But, man, you can't, I mean,
I mean,
Brian could potentially. I mean, I don't know. You're not a legal guy, but you could probably put together. This could be maybe attempted vehicular manslaughter.
They didn't charge him with that initially. They charged him with 3 different things, like aggravated assault with a weapon and a couple other things, but they did not charge him with attempted murder or anything like that.
It was a guy driving?
Yeah.
The minivan?
Come on. Yeah.
Did the guy on the motorcycle die? Oh, he didn't die, right?
It was actually an Asian woman driving the van, but
so what happened?
I'm joking.
What are the injuries?
He was in critical condition, but he's going to recover. I don't know the full extent.
Speaking of, sure
you can't do that?
You can't. No, that's not allowed.
Will you send me the picture of Gene Lasker? Did you?
Yeah, I sent it to your messenger.
Lasker might not make it tomorrow because he had carpal tunnel syndrome. Carpal tunnel surgery. And this is Gene's hand.
I was back next day,
and he's
Bubba.
like, I'm not feeling too good. Maybe he's on painkillers. Maybe they're upsetting his stomach. He's like, I don't know if I'm going to make it in on Friday.
You know what he said? He said, I look like Seth's people try to put me up on a cross.
My doctor didn't give me pain pills.
Your doctor didn't give you pain pills?
No, so I had to suffer through the pain.
And by the way, he was blaming me of killing Jesus when we were at the baseball game the other night. So this is something that's been on his mind. Yeah, this is something that's been on his mind.
I didn't blame you. I said no. Let's tell Hotra. I said, you said you don't believe in Jesus, and I said no. I believe he existed and he was a historic person, and that he was murdered by the Jewish people.
Yeah,
that's all historically, factually accurate. I mean, what did I say that was incorrect?
Nothing. It just hurts.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You're going to pay reparations to the Christians?
Whatever they want.
When I'm abhorring or lamenting the state of affairs within the Democratic Party, I'm basically talking about what they were focusing on. They may be doing things on the state and local level and may deserve an abundance of credit for it, but that's not the message that we were receiving. And you know why we weren't receiving that message? Because they didn't think they could sell it to us. They didn't think that that would be good enough. They wanted to make sure, we're going to point to racism. We're going to guilt you into voting for us. We're not going to talk about the things that we're doing positively. We're going to talk about what the other side is doing negatively to engage in fear-mongering to help you, through fear factor, go our way instead of theirs. And it didn't work this time. And to be quite honest with you, even though I might not like some of the things I'm seeing from the Trump administration thus far, the bottom line is I'm glad it didn't work, because I think for the longest time, black Americans have played the role of suckers to the Democratic Party. They've guilted us into voting for them, making us feel as if we're going to be ostracized, creating division within our own communities or what have you to get our vote, instead of saying to us, hey, this is what we will do for you, and it will work better than what they're offering.
I really like what Stephen A has been slinging lately. Just saying, my opinion. Let me go to words. I'll have Taylor Roberts on next. He's the lead singer of Riding with Killers, a rock band out of Detroit. It's part of our ongoing unsigned band review series. Do you have others in the hopper? Are you running 2 or 3 deep, or is it still week to week?
Right now I just have one extra one out in the hopper.
So you got one in the hopper.
Yeah, I got a couple people that have reached out, just waiting on them to get me their stuff.
Macho, don't forget to occasionally throughout the week always play the solicitation, the AI solicitation of the unsigned band review, so that Lummy can always constantly have people being reminded that if you're part of an unsigned band review, we will review you.
Yes, and it does help.
It does. The positioning statements help. Taylor Roberts live via Zoom, representing the Riding with Killers, his rock band out of Detroit. Next.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down. What? They don't cover it, dude. I lied. The Killers. The Riding with Killers.
I was just reading because it could.
It could.
You've had it though. So
why don't you not talk about any type of killers?
What?
You heard me, buddy.
Yeah, because I can't believe you accused accuse Seth of that.
I didn't accuse him of it. It came up in conversation. These are the type of things that adults talk about, Lummy. Whether or not
Hey,
Christ
Seth,
is a
you
real
know what?
person.
If you and I hung out at a baseball game, I wouldn't be accusing you of killing Jesus.
Thank you. Really brought the mood down.
Hey, we can have an adult conversation, but I don't have to sit there and make those accusations.
Yeah. Because I was sporting
We're
some
gonna
good
have fun.
wood, and he shut it down.
Yeah, we're gonna have fun, Seth, when we go.
Thank you. I like fun.
He tried to grab my wiener once.
Is that when you?
Well, the way you were drinking your Mike's Hard Lemonade got me hot and
It
bothered.
wasn't Mike's Hard Lemonade. No.
What was it then?
It was the iced tea.
I don't know if you saw
They
my chat
have-
message.
has the skulls.
What's
that?
You want to talk to him real quick? Just make sure he knows you're in break. You can talk to me too.
The one who make IPAs usually, and
Is
they
he
got
ready?
a skeleton skull thing.
Hey, Taylor, can you hear me, bud?
Hold on.
I can hear you loud and clear, man.
All right, buddy. So we got like 3 minutes and 50 seconds of commercials where you won't hear anything, and then we'll come right back to you. Okay, bud?
Sounds good.
Like
Thanks,
your,
brother.
like your T-shirt.
Thank you.
All right. See you in a minute, bud.
Voodoo Ranger, hard charged tea.
Pictures.
Yeah, they
I got
got
the sporting tires on there
Yeah.
too.
Oh, okay. Perfect. You do?
I always test those out when they go on sale.
It's not
I had
bad. It's
it
a
last
little
week, but
maltier than I like
Yeah.
for those, but out of the options, and you get a 24-ounce can for $17 rather than, the Viva is good or whatever it is, but it's
I was like when public says
Oh, let me. We're off the front. The four. It's okay though.
Well, if you look at our total views for the day, right now we're number 5. We've had 215,000 views.
Well, that'll put us probably top 10 for the day.
Yes. Make sure you hit the thumbs up too for us.
give us a like it. We only have
That is
198 thumbs.
that is huge.
Hook up, Bubba Army, and give us a like it on Rumble. I know you negative fuckers don't like anything, but
Well, talking to them that way doesn't necessarily.
no,
help
that's the
either,
only way to
asshole.
get through to them, Bubba. It's the only language they understand.
He's speaking MAGA.
I'm speaking MAGA. They know.
And telling and doing Jesus gimmicks, Jesus high spots on Seth at a ball game's not really cool.
It hurt.
Yeah, it
Who's
cuts
got
him.
Jesus high spot? He was attacking me for being an atheist.
He
Bubba.
texts me
I
and
was.
says,
For agnostic.
I was. That's true.
He was attacking me.
Find a fucking belief, buddy.
"I'm agnostic."
I believe in a thing called love. Just listen to the rhythm of my heart.
No, you were trying to push the darkness on me as my walk-up song, and I just
Yeah.
wanted to make out.
What?
Stop acting like it wasn't a date.
That's a weird dude.
We're gay.
It was a date.
It was definitely a date.
It wasn't a date because it didn't end in a bang.
Seth likes guy dates.
Seth did something to my car too. As soon as he walked out, I got a check engine light came on. Now my car's in the shop. And I'm driving around a fucking Chevy Malibu.
It's from the vape. It's from the vape.
Is that what they gave you?
They didn't have any loaners. I'm in a fucking Chevy Malibu.
Are you being serious?
It doesn't even have like the side window fucking alerts. So you know how hard that is to get used to driving with, and now you don't have it anymore.
Wait, did your car really get fucked up?
Yeah.
He's got a rental out there.
Shit,
He's
man.
having like a little.
Oh, so
Chevy.
you don't even check the rearview mirror. You're just Johnny Alert guy.
No, I look at my mirrors, but not as hard as I do when I don't got a light that's telling
You
me.
got a flip shoulder, buddy. Flip shoulder.
But I do that, but it's quick, and I look and I see the light's not on. There's nobody there.
It's rich people problem, Seth. We don't
Yeah,
have that
exactly.
problem.
Rich people problems. All right, 1 minute. 1 minute.
Thank you, Green RW. You get it. You're not some bitch.
Jesus.
If you need any Mike's Hard Lemonade recommendations, Brian's your guy at the ball game.
First of all, it's Voodoo Ranger. That's very manly.
Yes, Seth.
7%.
It doesn't look manly because you had a giant curly straw with it.
That's how I like to suck my drink. Some straws are sane. This straw is crazy.
Dude, that was a great Sydney Sweeney thing, man.
For those of you who don't know, which I'm assuming is most of you.
From practicing in the garage.
So if I decide to bust out a solo, do me a favor and give me the freedom to rock it.
To headlining stadiums.
And we will rock you.
With a few stops along the way, here's the most important one.
Me, say it.
This is the Unsigned Band Review on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So today we have Taylor Roberts on Zoom. Taylor, can you hear me okay, bud?
I can hear you just fine, brother.
Now, how did you find out about our Unsigned Band Review? I mean, it's, you're from Detroit. You're probably not too familiar with the show, being all the way in Detroit. And so somebody probably heard what we're doing and maybe got it back to you.
Yeah, so Carlos, your parody guy, is
Carlos
the one
Mandingo.
who hooked it. And fun fact, I'm actually from Gulfport, Mississippi. I just happen to reside in Detroit these days.
Now, why would a guy like you? Because Gulfport, Mississippi is pretty cool. I mean, hold on, bro.
No one's ever said one good thing about Mississippi.
No, but hold on. Gulfport, Mississippi's got to be better than Detroit.
No way.
No. I don't get me wrong. All the love to my hometown, but the amount of music doesn't matter on genre or like. There's so much more music here. I have seen so many more shows that I could have never seen back home. I'm in the Bible Belt, you know what I'm saying?
I kind of understand, like, being a rock guy, I can understand where Gulfport would really be crappy, and the fact that, like, I don't know how far you have to travel to the nearest large arena to catch.
You got to pass, like, 8 anti-abortion rallies just to get to the music venue.
And that's the whole point. You got to make it through the religious protesters. You got to make it through all the little hoops. And then when you do get a big rock band down there, they generally tend to get banned. Like, I remember Slipknot came to the Coast Coliseum, instant ban, just like.
and Slipknot, I mean, they rule. I mean, they are awesome, and so they're banned, like kind of like the way they did Jim Morrison back in the day. Like, just what you just completely treat you like the devil if you play any type of. Now, Tampa supposedly is like the metal capital of the world, or hers. I don't know if you knew that or not, but like aren't we the hard metal capital of the world, Tampa?
We were at one point. Yeah, let me see if we still are.
I think we are.
Who gave us that name? Because I never heard of
Jane
it.
Castor did.
No, I don't know who gave us that word.
Who's that big metal band that broke from here?
I don't know. I think there's the big metal. One of the biggest metal bands now is from Tampa.
Yes, Tampa is unofficially known as the capital of death metal.
Death metal. Oh. Now, Taylor,
I can see that.
Taylor, you're in rock. What's the difference between rock, metal, and death metal? Like, what's the difference?
I would say rock is you're angry, you're sad. Metal is more double bass, more screaming, and then death metal, we're praising Satan all day long.
Now, is death metal like the Cookie Monster stuff, like the?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And with all the evil that you can imagine.
Right. Like, you just want to kill everybody. Everybody sucks. Cut your head off. I love the devil. Goat 666. All that kind of stuff.
It reminds me of an interview I just saw with Gorgoth's frontman, and the guy was like, "So what inspires your music?" And then like he's just there shrouded by like darkness, and he takes like a 10-second pause, and then he just goes, "Satan," and then that's it. That's all he says. His music is influenced by it. And it's like, I don't know.
So Taylor, when did you make the trek from sleepy Gulfport, Mississippi to Detroit, and then how did you get hooked up with your current guys?
So, God, I started that journey at the end of 2018, and I eventually landed in Detroit in 2019. And I basically moved here to be next to Dave Coughlin, who is one of my best friends. And he's the one who wrote the drums with me on the first record. He's not actually in the band. He's the drummer of Sponge now, Detroit legendary band. And I actually met him when my old band went on tour with Taproot in 2013, and Dave was their touring drummer. We linked up, and we were like, "Hey, I like you. I like, we like each other." And then we started playing Call of Duty pretty much every day for the last 12 years. And in 2018, I was like, "Hey, man, I'm moving to Detroit, and we're gonna make a record." And he was like, "Yeah, whatever, kid." And then I showed up.
Now, where's Dave reside?
He's in Detroit as well. He's more suburbs these days. He just bought a new house. I'm not too sure on the area, but he's like 45-ish minutes.
I mean, can you make a good living as Dave, being the lead drummer on Sponge and it being a legendary rock drummer? That's floated around a little bit. Can you make a pretty good living doing that?
I mean, every time I see him on tour, he looks like he's eating well and he's paying his rent. So or paying his mortgage. I'm sorry.
Right.
He's graduated from rent. He's on the mortgage stage.
Yeah.
So he's doing good.
So what are we going to listen to today? By the way, the band is called Riding with Killer.
Wait, I got to know how his hernia's doing.
Oh, I didn't know about it. How did you know that he had a hernia?
I know everything about these bands, man.
Googling first.
So Taylor, did you blow out your gut? What's going on here?
It's not the song that we're gonna play, but I'm very new as a vocalist. I mean, I've been a guitar player my whole life, and when I started this band, I had broken away from my old situation. I had some issues with my old singer in terms of copywriting music, losing songwriters credits, this, that, and the other.
And by the way, for those scoring at home, that can be not a significant, but it can be a decent amount where it's worth being mad about not getting the proper publishing or
that's where all the money is, isn't it?
Yeah,
100%.
Licensing rights,
touring and publishing.
Some guy takes it when it should be yours. It's a difference between him getting a monthly check and you're not getting a monthly check.
Oh, for sure. And so basically, I was like, well, I'm going to be the singer now. I'm going to do this. And I was very new into the singing world of being a lead vocalist. And as I was tracking our song Hostility, there's a really high part. And I had never sang that high before in my career. I had never pushed that way. So just because of improper breathing techniques, I caused myself an inguinal hernia. Which was the worst thing that I think I've ever dealt with.
So your hernia was caused by the fact that you were pushing your diaphragm and pushing stuff harder than it needed to be. So it actually did a hernia type internal damage just because you were pushing it too hard. It didn't know like, what about a guy like Brian Johnson from AC/DC where he just gets that guttural sound?
His intestines fall out every show.
Yes, or like a Jesse Dupree from Jackal, or have they had to over the years learn how to get that type of guttural type of sound?
Oh yeah, well, I mean it's kind of like that's why Melissa Cross has her job and is widely regarded as one of the best metal screaming and aggressive vocal coaches there is. And most of the guys that you're listening to that are doing extreme and heavy vocals have probably gone to Melissa. I mean, your voice is an instrument, and if you don't learn how to breathe properly, and it's going to sound funny, but lubricate your vocal cords properly, or taking care, it's you have to have a regimen, if you want to sing like that night in and night out. I mean, it takes a lot of air, a lot of power, and a lot of technique, and that's why
I talk 25 hours a week, and I got honey and olive oil that I will sometimes take a nip off of, because I talk so much and use my voice so much. I have been for 40 years. So, I mean, people think that, just being a rock singer or being a musician in itself, or a lead singer, that they don't realize you are pushing your voice in a manner that it's not used to. And there's really a lot of, in your case with the Melissa girl, coaching and preventative, somewhat maintenance or preventative maintenance or ongoing maintenance with your voice. A lot of people would be like, Like when Axl Rose would cancel a concert because he lost his voice, you could see, people like, oh, Axl Rose is a pussy, whatever. He probably was a prima donna to an extent, but I mean that's a real thing. Night in and night out. Let's say you're doing, you're a big band and you're doing 5 nights a week or 4 nights a week, and you're just stretching those vocal cords beyond what they're made to do. You have to be somewhat conditioned for that.
Oh, I mean, I can't smoke weed anymore. I can't drink before shows anymore.
Man, how you getting? If you can't smoke weed anymore, how you writing any good songs,
bro?
Cocaine.
Gummies, cocaine.
Got to graduate to the adult stuff.
We got the other stuff. So,
but you have to be very, very meticulous with your voice if you actually want to do this for a career. And that's, I feel like if you're at the point that I'm and many others are at, like, you have to make that change. It's not just drugs, sex, and rock and roll anymore, man. Like, you have to be on top of your game. Otherwise, what's the point? Why would you ask people to spend money with you?
And here's the thing, the marketplace is so competitive because making a record or making a song now is so much easier than it used to be. You used to have to go out and get a huge production, a huge music studio and spend thousands and thousands of dollars. And with,
oh, you mean what I'm doing right now?
Well, no, but I mean, as your but you probably roughed all your stuff in at home with all of your, you guys don't rough it in, or do you guys go right to the studio?
So I'm gonna let you in on a secret. Writing with Killers is me. I don't actually have a band. It's kind of like Tobias Forge from Ghost. Kind
of like the T-shirt that you're wearing, Trent Reznor.
Yeah, Nine Inch Nails. I mean,
one dude.
Funny enough, one of my guitars that I used, because I'm in the middle of making the second record right now with Jacob Herman over in Gothenburg, Sweden. I've been going back and forth to Sweden and in New Orleans. The guitar that I used for most of the guitar tracking is actually a Gibson Trent Reznor prototype guitar that never got off the ground. He's one of my favorite musicians of all time. But no, man, I've been kind of doing it all by myself. And I mean, not all by myself. Like, obviously my producer Jacob's written with me, but like, I pulled in Devin Clark from Cane Hill to do drums, and then James Laskew, previously of the band Wilson, to do bass. And live, if people aren't available, I have a pool of musicians that I can take, because it's hard to get 3 to 4 dudes on the same page. Like, oh, can you take off work? Can you go do this? Can you go do that? And now,
not only that, but the creative process as well. Like, if you write something, you got 3 other dudes that you got to try to sell that it's good, and they have their opinions, and they think this could go there and that. Whatever.
Yep.
I mean, but it's a very lost art in the fact of people doing it by themselves, is it not? I mean, and then hiring studio guys to do, the recording and potentially the touring. I mean, there's not a lot of that out there anymore, is there?
I mean, I mean, at the same time, the hired gun game is in full effect, because you do have a lot of these solo artists that do have all these great songs inside of them. But, again, depending on where you're located, who's around you, who's available, it gets kind of hard, because, like you said, it's easier than it's ever been to record a song by yourself at home. So everyone's like, well, I'm going to be the main guy. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And I've just gotten to a point to where, like, I do obviously listen to the musicians that I bring in with me, but that's what makes it so fun, is that I don't just have a set group of guys that I'm working with. It allows me to, work with different people, expand the sound. And
now, do you run a lot of your stuff through Dave, just because he's such a great friend and he's so successful and he's very well rounded, and he's seen probably a little bit more of the scene than you have. Yeah. He's probably seen a little more of the scene that you have. And so, do you lean on Dave, the lead drummer of Sponge, and one of your best friends? Do you lean on him and say, "Hey, Dave, give me your honest opinion. This sucked.
Always.
This good. What do I need to do here?"
Always. I mean, he's been one of my confidants, and he's one of the most trusted sources that I have. Because I mean, whenever I moved up here to be next to him, it was like he kind of gave me the keys to the kingdom to a degree, and he helped open me up to this whole new world. So anytime I have something, and it doesn't even have to be music related, if there's something important in my life happening, Dave is one of the first phone calls that I go to.
Now, do you tour at all? I mean, have you? When's the last? And are you able to make a living on your music? Or
well, he's also in Taproot now.
Yeah.
Major band.
Taylor's in Taproot.
He was actually he was the drummer.
He is now the guitarist. Taylor is now the guitarist. His buddy Dave was the drummer.
Okay.
Oh, so you're in Taproot. So when you need some money, you just go tour at them, and then you go dabble with your riding with killer gimmicks as your solo Willie.
I make okay money with Taproot. It's definitely helped me pay the bills once or twice, but I mean, dude, I'm not a writing member of that band. I'm the hired gun. But that's not to say that they don't treat me incredibly, because they absolutely do. But I mean, as of right now, with my art, I'm making enough money to get the band on the road. Like, we are starting to tour. Like we've got some good announcements coming up, and I mean, we've been touring out in Iowa, Illinois, Houston, Shreveport, Louisiana. I mean, we're going to be in Lansing this weekend with Saliva, Crowbot, Evans Blue. Then we're off to Wisconsin next month, all throughout there. And then I think we'll be out in San Francisco later in August. So, I mean, I'm getting the ability to go on the road and pay for that. But I mean, I own my own business. I own a commercial and residential painting business. That's why I sound so terrible right now. I was at work till 2 a.m. and up at 8 to be ready for this. So
And then you got to go out and paint a house later today.
Oh yeah, I do actually. I gotta finish a house by tonight, and then start a 4,200 square foot house. So basically, my painting business allows me to go pursue the music thing and build it to where it does become the main source of income. But like, if Taproot was out on the road 6 months out of the year, yeah, I could be able to make a living comfortably. But those guys all have families and later in life things going on, so they're doing blocks, like
Right.
3 to 5 dates at a time, take a month off, come back, do the festival circuit. So it's fun, don't get me wrong, but like, they're not touring full time to where it's like, okay, I can make my living strictly off of this. But if we were touring that much, I mean, yeah, I could totally.
So we're going to play the song. What is it, World Apart?
Yes, it's right there. Yep.
World Apart. We're going to play the song, and the way the format goes is we play the entire song, listen to it, through all the years of us being on the radio and doing, listening to new stuff, old stuff. We've been exposed to all types of different stuff. Every band that we've played so far has had a different feel. So like, we don't, if we're rock guys. Last week, what would you say, Brian? It was kind of more of an alternative ska feeling.
No, it was alternative rock with a little bit of jazz mixed in,
and we loved it. And we loved it because we didn't gauge it necessarily on our musical taste. We gauge it on how well it's produced.
Yeah.
So it's nothing to do with what we like per se. So, but be prepared. Like, if we don't like it, we're going to tell you we don't like it.
Good, lay it on me, make me cry.
So like, I mean, like, I'd be like, Taylor, man, that sucked. I mean, please don't be mad. But dude, I'm just not feeling it, and here's why. We're just not going to tell you you sucked, because we're going to we'll give you some constructive criticism. Oddly enough, you're our fourth guy. We did this years ago live. We bring this guys into the studio, and then they would play, and if they sucked, we would shoot them with air rifles and then that didn't go too good, or it went good. It went good until it didn't. And so it's just easier to do it this way. So without further ado, I'm going to play yours. Now, this is World Apart, right?
Yes.
And is this from an upcoming EP, or is this just a single?
So this is on our debut record, Full Circle, which is out right now.
Okay, which is out right now.
I like recording full albums. I don't subscribe
Right.
to just doing singles.
So Full Circle consists of how many songs?
12.
12. Is this what would be your favorite, or this, if you had to release this, or the single, so to speak?
This actually is the current single that's on the radio right now.
Okay, cool. Writing, do you get radio support?
Yeah, I've been working with Timothy Binder from New Ocean Media, and he's a believer, man. He likes the record, and man, it's not like I have tens of thousands of dollars to throw at radio, but he's one of those guys that, okay, you don't have a record label, you don't have rich parents, you don't have rich friends, but I believe in you. And he's been, getting us out there to the world. So.
All right, fantastic. We're going to listen to it. It's 3 minutes and 16 seconds long. It's Taylor Roberts. He is all of Riding with Killers, and when they tour, he gets either studio musicians or his friends to be the other musicians. But for the most part, it's him. He's like a Trent Reznor kind of deal where it's all him. Now, did you play for the album? Did you bring in musicians for the album, or did you play every piece for the album?
So I had Dave Coughlin do all the drums. Tim Krukowski, formerly of Sponge, did about 40% of the record, and then James Laskew did about 60% of the record on bass. I do all of the guitars, lead, rhythm, and then all the vocals.
And probably regular vocals and backing. So, okay. All right.
Sure.
So here we go. Riding with Killers, which is Taylor Roberts' solo project with others. And this is the single World Apart.
Wow.
I got to tell you,
I wish I could say something bad, but I can't.
I mean,
This is way better than Heil Hitler.
we just played. We just played Kanye's new song Heil Hitler. I don't know if that's going to do too well or not. But Lummy, every one of these bands we've had, I'm waiting for one to really suck.
Yeah,
and
no kidding.
We can't find suck.
I was ready to tell you to put down your Fender and pick up that Wagner.
But I mean, like, it's like
all Gibson all the time. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
I have a signed BB King Lucille.
I saw him on his 80th birthday when I was like 11 years old at the Gulf Coast Coliseum. It was one of the best shows I've ever been to.
Bubba has guitar Tourette's and just wanted you to know that.
No, listen. Hold on, Brian, you little hating son of a bitch. If you're a lead guitarist and a Lucille, I think a Gibson Lucille is like, what are they, $3,000, $4,000 just for the guitar? Yeah. And so I have a BB King signed Lucille. So Brian, obviously you're just a twink ass little puss. You don't know anything about musicians, and this guy knows. Having a Gibson Lucille is really kind of a big thing.
Yeah, well, I have an autographed Junior Caminero out of '99. You don't hear me bragging every time a guest comes on.
I think maybe Taylor has a Lucille. Does he? Do you have a Lucille?
It's close, but this is a Trent Reznor Gibson 335 prototype that never actually made. Like, I'm a Gibson artist. I've been endorsed with them for 3 years now. But getting that's about the closest thing I got to a Lucille, but it's a Trent Reznor, so
that's pretty awesome.
Now, can I tell you what else I have, which might be, and I'm thinking about selling it, Lummy, and I have
really? Reggie White's pants.
No. We're going to have to break the song down here momentarily. But first of all, let's before we compare what we have, let's break this down. First of all, here are my notes. Great lyrics. Mm-hmm. Really good instrumentals, like the vacuum musician, especially Dave. You can just hear Dave's talent. You can just tell. You can tell that, man, the drummer is a step ahead. He is good. Was that lead guitar you?
Yes, all the guitars are me.
Great. And I think that the vocals aren't the weakest part of the song, but I can see where you will continue to get better with vocals. I mean, the vocals are good. I mean, the vocals are not bad. I have nothing to say bad about them, but I can tell that you're somewhat of a new vocalist, and it will continue to get better the more that you do it.
I like the lyrics too.
Yeah,
it's kind of like
good.
Bubba's life.
Yeah.
You know,
well,
burn all your
bridges, all your enemies coming after you.
Yeah.
Where will you go when your world falls apart? You know.
Well, and the cool thing about that hook is, and I'm sure you've noticed, there's a different voice on there. That's actually Paul McCoy from the band 12 Stones, and if you remember the Evanescence song "Bring Me to Life," the "Wake Me Up" guy, that's Paul on the song. So basically, I had written all the verses, and the bridge. I had all the lyrics, but I could not figure out the chorus for the life of me. I was really upset when I wrote the song. It's about some really awful people in my past, and I called up Paul, and I was like, "Hey, man," and we've been talking about, because we're from the same area. 12 Stones is very close to Gulfport, Mississippi, from where they originated and were playing. And then Paul and I got to become friends over the years, and we always talked about working together. And then finally, I was like, "Hey, I got a song. Do you want to help me finish it?" And then he wrote the hook, and then it became what it was. So I got the assist on that one.
If you could give us, make sure you whitelist us so we don't get an infringement when we play it. I want to play this on the show. I love your stuff. When you got new stuff, when you got new stuff, let us have it. Lummy, man, every band we've had so far kicks ass. I think I like this one the best so far.
Number one so far?
I really do.
Nice.
And Taylor, I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
You're busting your ass as a painter. You're grinding every day. You're not getting a handout. You don't have a silver spoon. You're doing it. And man, I got to tell you, I think you're onto something here. I think you really, really have a really good sound and a great situation ahead.
Thank you so much, man. That's hearing stuff like that, because when you're in the thick of it, you're like, is this still worth my time? Do I keep going? And I can't stop, man. You know what I mean? But
I've been doing rock radio for 40 years. I've been doing radio for 40 years and have heard the best of the best and some real crappy stuff. And this is good. Like I can tell you that from my experience, this is good. Oh, I have a complete back amp. What is it? We got. I got a Dimebag Darrell. I got a whole Dimebag Darrell back end, like amps.
The crank.
Yeah,
the crank. I remember those.
Well, remember Dean did a Dimebag Darrell series after he died. After he died, not a guitar of like all the back amps and all the.
Yeah, I remember that. It was all blacked out and stealthed out. Correct.
Yeah.
It said Dime on it and all black.
Yeah,
I remember that.
I got a whole set of that.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
I got Engelbert Humperdinck's mic stand.
Oh, you do?
Yep.
Okay.
I've actually worked for that guy. I'm not even kidding
For real.
you. When I was in Biloxi, and see, that's the bands that you could get when you came to Biloxi. After Hurricane Katrina. You'll get Engelbert Humperdinck, but such a nice guy. Like I ended up working for him.
What was his big hit? After the Lovin'?
After the Lovin'.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. I worked for him at the Imperial Palace in Biloxi because I was doing backline work. So if I wasn't on stage or working at the music shop, Pinkston's Music, God rest Jim's soul, I was trying to do backline gig. I was always trying to be around music.
Guitar teching, backline, just anything to be involved in the business. Hey, listen, bud, keep in touch with us. Keep us up to date on what you're doing, your new stuff. Consider us friend, not foe, and we wish you the very best, my friend, and good luck to you.
Bubba, thank you so much for having me, man. This was worth getting like 3 hours of sleep and waking up for. So thank you so much.
Do that line of cocaine and you'll be painting that. You'll paint that house by noon today, buddy.
That gets here tomorrow, so I gotta wait.
All right, my man. Taylor Roberts, riding with Killers. Taylor, we will keep in touch, my friend.
Sounds good, brother.
Bye-bye, buddy.
Good, guys.
Thank you, buddy.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I liked it. I was jamming to it.
Killer Rubs, $20. Mike Thurman, $20.
I've been living a lie. There's nothing inside. Bring me to life.
He's still alive.
Engelbert, he's still touring, dude.
Is he touring?
He doesn't fucking stop.
He's 89.
Yeah. Touring nursing homes and assisted living facilities, looking for a good spot to rest. After the lovin'. You like Engelbert?
Not really familiar with his stuff.
No, they used to play him on 97X all the time.
Man.
He's 89. He was like an Elvis ripoff. Like, he had that kind of same thing with the scarf on his fucking neck and everything. But man, the women who loved Engelbert, they loved Engelbert. And then with a name like Humperdinck, how can't you make it?
Humperdinck's wife once said that she could paper their bedroom with all the maternity lawsuits filed against her husband.
Oh yeah, he was fucking Engelbert Humperdinck. If his dick could talk, what a story it would write.
Is that why he's still torn?
He wasn't after
Gooch sent a box Tuesday that got stuff in it for you, Seth.
Oh, he was after
Suffering in silence.
I was right.
Tuesday?
Yeah, so we should probably get it probably tomorrow.
I'll leave a note on the door.
Lummy, you got to load up my truck.
Yeah, no problem. Got it. Ready to go.
Thank you. Love you.
You know where Engelbert Humperdinck was born?
England?
India. His wife died 2021.
You had 4 kids together.
He had 42 with other women.
Who's bigger, Engelbert Humperdinck or Herbie Hancock?
Herbie Hancock.
Engelbert.
No, you're right. No. You're right. Engelbert was. Let me see what a Dimebag Darrell fucking amp goes for.
It belongs to the BRN IRS, so don't even think about it. If I could catch time in a bottle, the first thing that I'd want to do is to start away.
Did you watch Gemstones when you went home the other night?
I did.
All of it?
Yeah.
Great, right?
I loved the ending.
Yeah.
They all get. Well,
It had me a little worried for a minute.
Yeah.
That's those Danny McBride things where you don't really know how to feel. You're like, is this funny or?
I mean, Dr. Watson's the hero, man.
No, he is, but I think he still almost dropped that dryer in the bathtub with Judy.
Oh, he was going to kill her.
Yeah,
he was going to kill Judy.
That was another little thing that I had disturbed me.
That bothered you?
Well, they just acted like he was just a regular old monkey after that, but he was going to kill her. Unless somebody.
But she started being nicer to him. He was going to kill her because she was being a bitch to him. She was being a jealous bitch.
Yeah, well, she'd have got up in his shit, got him back together.
Yeah, she did. She got up in his shit.
I like when Danny McBride goes, "Daddy, we are giving you permission to comes."
Bubba, did you get a PayPal from anybody?
Oh, let me look. Mike Thurman. Oh, who's that?
Mark from Tarpon.
Oh, okay. I'll make sure I do it specifically for Maga Matroni, too.
Oh, thank you. My humps, my humps, my humps, my humps. My lovely lady lumps. Check it out. I drive the boys crazy. Dolce and Gabbana. Give me in the run. I don't know this song very well, though. Sorry.
It's all right. I saw Fergie at a Ryan Wireless.
You got me spending. Ooh, spending all your money on me and spending time on me. So take these broken wings and learn to fly again. Learn to live so free. And when we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up and let us sing.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Right under the gun, Mark from Tarpon. I think maybe it's 200. Is it 100 or 2?
Should be 2.
It's 2.
Is there a 1 or a 2 there, Bubba?
There's a 2 there, my friend.
Then it's 2.
PayPal, Venmo. Actually, it's $194 because they take their processing fees up. So
I hate that.
So you got to know what it really is. Mark dropped 2, but
you got to mark sending it to family and friends, right?
For Maga Matroni.
Maga Matroni brought in a last-second 200 courtesy
Pulled
of Mark.
the nose up.
Mark from Tarpon. Appreciate you, buddy. Let me need you to help me load me a few just a couple of little things.
No problem.
All right?
Blizzard coming up.
Oh, yeah, the Blizzard. The Blizzard's coming up.
We are in talks between Spotify and SiriusXM to pick us up for $100 million.
Really?
Yeah.
Great.
It's exciting.
Decimating my show.
Well,
expanding the brand.
Expanding the brand, please.
Fantastic.
Please.
Mark from Tarpon, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. Lummy, I think Rumble has us like at 228,000 views.
What?
I'm talking with Siraj.
Siraj.
He's very happy and impressed right now. We're texting back and forth.
We're at
$20 to Mike Thurman, $20.
We're at $10. I'm sorry, we're at 10,000 right now. And if you go to the homepage, let me scroll on down to where we are now, because we've lost, because we're done, and we're still. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like we're still 8th on the live deal, and it says 228,000 views. We might pick up another. We could hit 300,000 by today.
Let's go 5 more hours and see what we can do. You ain't got nothing to do, Bubba.
I got more than you would ever think.
My goodness.
Yes, I do, my friend. We will see you guys tomorrow. Brian and Seth are sticking around for the Blizzard podcast, the second hottest franchise in all of our podcasting world. Have a great day.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.